In the hushed, cavernous silence of the University of Cambridge's most ancient library wing, where centuries of knowledge slumbered in leather and vellum, Arthur Penhaligon, the venerable chief archivist and a scholar obsessed with the fragility of forgotten texts, was discovered lifeless at his antique desk. His lamp still cast a pool of golden light over an open tome, its brittle pages seemingly innocuous. Yet, even as the first officer approached, the meticulously penned words within that book began to subtly writhe and shift, lines of Latin subtly morphing into an alien script, then into a language entirely unknown, each letter reforming with a silent, unsettling fluidity. What unwritten truth did this impossible chronicle reveal, and what profound, shifting knowledge led to the scholar's peaceful, yet utterly inexplicable, demise? It was a Tuesday afternoon in February of 1991 when young Eleanor Vance, Arthur Penhaligon's diligent assistant, found the library's rare manuscript section unusually still. Arthur, a man whose life was a testament to meticulous order and the quiet reverence of the past, was always humming softly, or rustling papers, or murmuring to himself in forgotten tongues. His usual afternoon tea remained untouched on a trolley outside his office door, growing cold. With a faint prickle of unease, Eleanor pushed open the heavy oak door. Arthur sat upright at his desk, his hands resting gently on an open book, his spectacles perched on his nose. A serene, almost beatific, expression graced his features, as if he had simply fallen into a deep, unending contemplation. The room, filled with the comforting scent of aged paper and beeswax, felt unusually heavy with stillness. Eleanor, though saddened, assumed a peaceful natural end for a man of his age. But as the first constabulary officer, Inspector Davies, arrived and approached the desk, the anomaly became terrifyingly apparent. The book beneath Penhaligon's still hands was an anonymous 15th century Latin chronicle, its binding worn, its vellum pages yellowed with age. As Davies leaned closer, an impossible sight unfolded. The meticulously inked words on the open page were moving, not blurred, not fading, but subtly reshaping themselves. A sentence in classical Latin, perfectly legible a moment ago, began to distort, its letters elongating, curling, reforming into an elegant, flowing script utterly alien to human history, then slowly coalescing into patterns that resembled nothing so much as intricate, living fractals. The transformation was silent, continuous, and horrifyingly organic. The medical examiner confirmed Arthur Penhaligon had died of a sudden, massive stroke, likely instantaneous. There were no signs of struggle, no external trauma, no indications of foul play. His death was a natural one, save for the profoundly unnatural object clutched beneath his hands. Inspector Davies, a man of hard facts, found himself utterly bewildered by the shifting chronicle. He summoned the university's top philologists, paleographers, and even theoretical physicists. They watched, mesmerized and horrified, as the book's contents transformed before their eyes. The ink was not ink. Chemical analysis revealed no discernible pigment. The script seemed to be an inherent property of the vellum itself, its patterns continuously reforming, as if the very fibers of the page were alive with information. It was as if the book was rewriting itself, not page by page, but at a fundamental submolecular level. Initially, the text shifted between known ancient languages, brief fragments of Sumerian, then obscure runic chants, then forgotten Coptic hymns. But then, it would dissolve into the utterly alien, revealing symbols and glyphs that bore no resemblance to anything ever conceived by humanity, before subtly reforming into new, unrecognizable linguistic structures. It was a language that seemed to defy temporal and spatial boundaries, a constantly evolving lexicon of the impossible. Arthur Penhaligon's life, as meticulously catalogued as his archives, offered tantalizing yet frustrating clues. He had been quietly working on a long-term project, cataloging anomalous codices, texts that contained historical inconsistencies or baffling linguistic deviations. Colleagues remembered him becoming increasingly reclusive in recent months, often working late into the night, muttering about the living word and the deep memory of paper. He had no known enemies, no financial entanglements, and no eccentric hobbies beyond his academic pursuits. The specific book, a donations from an unnamed benefaction years ago, had been listed in the library's inventory merely as Anonymous Latin Chronicle, 15th century. It had never been thoroughly examined until Penhaligon began his work on anomalous codices. Theories spun in the hallowed halls. Could it be a hidden, incredibly advanced technology, perhaps camouflaged as a medieval text, broadcasting information directly onto its pages? But how could such a device survive centuries and appear entirely organic? Could the book be a sentient entity, a living repository of all knowledge, which chose to reveal itself to Penhaligon in his final moments, perhaps even overwhelming his mind with its infinite, shifting truths? His serene expression hinted at profound comprehension rather than terror. Another, more unsettling, theory posited a temporal or multidimensional anomaly. Perhaps the book was a window into different realities, or a chronicle from a future that constantly rewrote itself, and Penhaligon, in his deep engagement with the text, had simply been consumed by the sheer immensity of its shifting truths. The stroke, then, wasn't just a medical event, but a direct consequence of his mind grappling with information that literally defied the very fabric of reality. Despite every effort, the shifting chronicle could not be stopped, nor its purpose understood. Attempts to photograph or scan its pages proved futile. The images would appear normal for a moment, then blur, the text reforming even on the photograph itself. It was a book that refused to be captured, refusing to be contained. Arthur Penhaligon had died in the presence of a living, breathing paradox. To this day, the book resides in a specially constructed, lightless vault in the deep recesses of the library, its pages still silently shifting, its unwritten truths continually forming and dissolving. The case of Arthur Penhaligon remains an enduring enigma, a chilling testament to the boundary between knowledge and the unknowable, and a mystery that continues to rewrite itself in the silent, dust-laden air of Cambridge. In the quaint, cobblestone town of Rothenburg ob der Tauber, a place where time seemed to tick with the precision of its ancient clocks, Master Heinrich Richter, the town's most reclusive and celebrated horologist, was found dead in his workshop, slumped over a disassembled pocket watch. His life was a testament to intricate mechanisms in perfect order, yet during his autopsy, a discovery was made that defied all natural law. Nestled impossibly within the very chamber of his heart was a perfectly smooth, jet-black sphere, impossibly dense, humming with a faint, almost imperceptible vibration. How did this otherworldly object come to reside within the master clockmaker, leaving no trace of entry? And what silent secret did its pulsating presence reveal about his final, meticulously ordered moments? It was a crisp morning in May of 2003 when young Jacob, Heinrich Richter's apprentice, arrived at the workshop, his usual cheerful greetings met only by an unnerving silence. Master Richter, a man whose life revolved around the rhythmic click and whir of gears, was always the first to arrive, the scent of oil and brass already perfuming the air. Jacob found the workshop door ajar, a rare oversight for the meticulous clockmaker. Inside, amidst the organized chaos of tiny tools, springs, and cogs, Master Richter sat motionless at his workbench, his head resting on his forearms, a delicate 18th century pocket watch splayed open before him. He appeared to have simply stopped, like one of his own mechanisms, mid-repair. Dr. Schmidt, the local physician, was summoned. He confirmed the obvious. Master Richter had passed away. The preliminary assessment indicated a sudden, massive heart attack, a quiet end for a man of his age and sedentary profession. There was no sign of struggle, no overturned stools, no broken glass. The workshop was as neat as ever, a tableau of quiet industry frozen in time. But during the routine autopsy at the local clinic, the serenity of the clockmaker's demise was shattered. As Dr. Anya Sharma, the pathologist, made her incision, her scalpel met an unexpected, unyielding resistance within the thoracic cavity. With careful precision, she located the source. Nestled directly within the left ventricle of Master Richter's heart, an area usually reserved for vital blood flow, was a foreign object. It was a perfect sphere, no larger than a pigeon's egg, yet it possessed an astonishing, unnatural weight, as if carved from a material far denser than anything known. Its surface was perfectly smooth, jet black, and cool to the touch. Most unsettling of all, as Dr. Sharma held it, she felt a distinct, faint vibration, a rhythmic hum emanating from within the stone itself, a silent pulse in a body now still. Inspector Klaus Muller, a man of precise logic and unwavering skepticism, was immediately called in. The mystery of the heart stone defied every medical and scientific explanation. There was no surgical scar, no puncture wound, no internal trauma to suggest how such an object could have entered the body, let alone migrated to the very core of the heart without leaving a trace. It was as if it had simply appeared there. The sphere was sent to a battery of experts. Geologists identified it as a form of obsidian, but its perfect spherical shape was utterly unnatural. Such precision of form is unheard of in naturally occurring volcanic glass. Its density was off the charts, defying the known properties of obsidian. Chemists found no unusual elements, yet the faint, rhythmic vibration remained inexplicable, a consistent hum that resonated at a frequency just at the edge of human hearing. It had no discernible power source, no internal mechanism. It was simply there, an impossible object within an impossible location. Inspector Muller delved into Master Richter's life. He was a creature of habit, a solitary genius, renowned for his ability to repair mechanisms no one else could, almost as if he understood them intuitively. He had no known enemies, no family beyond distant cousins, and no recent visitors. His workshop was his world. He rarely left Rothenburg, his only trips being occasional visits to antique fairs in search of rare clock parts. No one recalled him acquiring any unusual or exotic objects recently. Theories, wild and varied, began to circulate. Was it a freak medical anomaly, a calcification that took on an impossible form? But its composition and density argued against this. Could it have been surgically implanted? But by whom, and with what unfathomable skill, leaving no trace? The complete lack of external or internal entry points made this seem impossible. One particularly unsettling theory, whispered by those who knew Richter's profound understanding of timepieces, suggested a link to his work. Could the sphere be a manifestation of his lifelong pursuit of perfect mechanism, or perhaps even a temporal displacement, an object from another time or dimension that materialized within him? The rhythmic hum, like a silent, impossible clock, only fueled such speculation. Or perhaps, in his quest for mechanical perfection, he had stumbled upon something truly ancient, something that had chosen him as its final resting place, a secret given directly to his heart. The most chilling possibility was that the sphere was not merely an object, but a living, growing entity, or even a parasitic one that had chosen Richter as its host, eventually growing to the point where it stopped his heart, its perfect form and constant vibration a final, horrifying signature. Despite every effort, the enigma of Master Heinrich Richter and the silent, vibrating sphere in his heart remained unsolved. The perfect black orb, still humming faintly, was eventually stored in a police evidence vault, a permanent, baffling anomaly. To this day, the question of its origin, its purpose, and its impossible journey into the very core of the clockmaker's being continues to echo, a persistent, unanswerable tick in the quiet annals of the town. On a rain-swept highway in rural Ohio, amidst the twisted wreckage of a single-car accident, lay the body of David Peterson, a traveling salesman whose career was built on constant communication. His car had veered inexplicably off the road, striking an ancient oak with fatal force. Yet, the black rotary dial telephone, perfectly preserved and inexplicably warm, found clutched in his dead hand. A telephone disconnected from any network, its cord severed, posed a chilling question. Who was David Peterson speaking to in his final moments? And what urgent, unheard message did that phantom call attempt to convey before his inexplicable crash? It was a Tuesday night in November of 1971. A night when the world outside was a blur of driving rain and oppressive darkness. State Trooper Jim Henderson, a man who had seen his share of gruesome accidents on the winding back roads of Ohio, pulled up to the scene. The headlights of his patrol car cut through the gloom, illuminating the crumpled husk of a Ford Pinto, its front end accordion folded around the unyielding trunk of a massive oak tree. The air hung thick with the smell of gasoline and damp earth. David Peterson, the sole occupant, was undeniably gone. His body slumped against the steering wheel. The scene, at first glance, was a tragic but straightforward case of a driver losing control on a slick road. But as Trooper Henderson approached the wreck, his flashlight beam danced across something profoundly out of place. Clutched tightly in Peterson's left hand, amidst the broken glass and twisted metal, was a black, old-fashioned rotary dial telephone. It was the kind you'd find in a pre-war office, heavy and robust. Its coiled cord was severed cleanly, as if cut by a sharp blade, and it lay against Peterson's chest, the receiver pressed against his ear. Stranger still, as Henderson carefully pried it from the dead man's grip, he felt a distinct, unsettling warmth radiating from the plastic, as if it had just been used. The medical examiner confirmed David Peterson's immediate death from the impact. There was no alcohol in his system, no signs of a pre-existing medical condition that would cause him to lose control. He had simply, inexplicably, veered off the road. The car's tires were in good condition. No deer, no other vehicles were involved. The only variable was the telephone. Detective Sarah Jenkins, brought in from the Regional Bureau, quickly took over the bewildering case. The telephone became the focal point. It was a standard model from the 1940s, a robust instrument with no obvious modifications. Its warmth was an immediate, baffling anomaly. There was no power source, no battery, no way for it to generate heat. The severed cord was another puzzle. It hadn't been torn in the crash. The cut was clean and precise, suggesting it had been severed before or during the final moments of the crash. Jenkins interviewed Peterson's family and colleagues. David Peterson was indeed a traveling salesman, a gregarious man who relied heavily on his car radio and the occasional pay phone. He owned no antique telephones, nor did he have any known hobbies or interests that would explain carrying such an object, let alone clenching it in his hand at the moment of impact. He had been on his way home from a sales conference in Cleveland, a routine trip he had made countless times. The telephone was sent to a specialized forensics lab. Engineers meticulously dismantled it. No hidden compartments, no secret electronics. It was mechanically a perfectly ordinary, if old, telephone. Yet, its warmth persisted as an undeniable, if unexplainable, fact. The clean cut on the cord offered no clues. The type of cut was common enough, but its timing was the mystery. Jenkins considered the possibilities. Had someone else been in the car with Peterson, placed the phone in his hand, and then vanished? Unlikely, given the single-occupant nature of the wreck and the lack of any other footprints in the mud. Could it have been an elaborate, macabre joke, a prop left by a passing stranger? But the timing and the warmth seemed to argue against it. One theory revolved around a sudden, profound delusion or hallucination. Perhaps Peterson, in his final moments, believed he was receiving an urgent call, even from a non-existent phone. But what could trigger such a delusion? And the warmth, how could a hallucination manifest as physical heat? Another, more unsettling, idea posited a highly unusual form of electromagnetic interference or a localized temporal anomaly. Could some unknown force have activated the phone or created the sensation of it being active, causing Peterson to be distracted or disoriented, leading to the crash? This ventured into the realm of the speculative, but few other explanations fit the facts. The most persistent theory among those who studied the case whispered of a message from beyond. The telephone, its cord severed, unable to connect to any earthly network, might have been a conduit for a final, desperate communication from an unknown entity, perhaps even a spectral presence. The warmth, the perfect preservation, the inexplicable presence in his hand, these details painted a picture of a profound, last-minute connection. What message, if any, could have been so vital as to transcend the physical limitations of a broken device and distract a man to his death? Despite extensive investigation, the case of David Peterson and his phantom call remains unsolved. The black rotary phone, its impossible warmth of fading memory, sits in an evidence locker, a silent testament to a question that continues to echo through the Ohio State Police archives. Who was on the other end of that impossible, unrecorded line, and what was the unwritten truth that David Peterson clutched in his dying hand? The scent of stale coffee and old paper hung heavy in the air of Monsieur Pierre Dubois's fifth-floor apartment in the heart of Paris. The door, bolted from the inside, yielded only to the insistent key of the building concierge, who had grown worried after 3 days of absolute silence. Inside, amidst towering stacks of forgotten academic journals, sat Monsieur Dubois, slumped in his armchair, a look of profound peace etched onto his face, as if he had merely drifted off. Yet, clutched impossibly in his right hand, a vibrant, impossibly blue and gold feather, unmistakably from a large macaw, glowed with an alien brilliance against his pale, still skin. How could such an exotic plume find its way into a meticulously sealed, high-rise Parisian apartment? And what silent story did it tell of the reclusive academic's final, serene moments? It was a gray morning in March of 1954, the kind of Parisian day that felt perpetually on the verge of rain. Madame Dubois, the building's concierge, a woman of formidable presence and an even more formidable sense of duty, had tried knocking on Monsieur Pierre Dubois's door for 2 days. The retired professor of ancient history was a creature of habit. His morning papers arrived precisely at 7, his evening stroll precisely at 6. When both routines were broken and calls went unanswered, Madame Dubois felt the cold tendrils of dread curl in her stomach. With the help of a locksmith, a process that took an unusually long time due to the sturdy, old-fashioned bolt, they finally gained entry. The apartment itself was a testament to a life lived among ideas rather than people. Bookshelves groaned under their weight, spilling over into precarious towers on the floor. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light that penetrated the drawn curtains. And there, in his favorite worn armchair, sat the professor. He appeared to have passed peacefully, perhaps in his sleep. His spectacles rested on the bridge of his nose, and an open, leather-bound volume lay face down on his lap. It was a scene of tranquil departure, save for one profoundly unsettling detail. Inspector Marcel Girard, a man with a quiet intensity and a mind that savored complexity, arrived an hour later. He surveyed the scene, his gaze lingering on the professor, then on the feather. "A macaw feather," he murmured, his brow furrowed. "Remarkable." He had seen his share of strange scenes, but this was unique. The apartment was on the 5th floor, All windows were tightly latched from the inside, their heavy wooden frames showing no signs of forced entry. The chimney flue was sealed. There was no apparent means by which a large tropical bird could have entered the confined space, let alone deposited a single perfect feather directly into the professor's hand. The initial medical examination confirmed what the scene implied. Professor Dubois had died of natural causes, a sudden cardiac event, likely in the early hours of the morning. There was no struggle, no foul play, yet the feather persisted as a glaring anomaly. How did it get there? Was it placed there by someone? But how would that someone have entered and then exited the securely locked apartment? And why leave such an obvious, exotic clue? Gerard began his meticulous investigation. He interviewed the few people who knew Dubois. He was a creature of routine, a scholar, a man who rarely left his apartment except for his daily walk and trips to the library. He had no pets, certainly not a macaw. His neighbors knew him as polite but distant. No visitors were ever noted coming or going. The concierge, Madame Dubois, swore the apartment had been undisturbed for days, its lock intact until they forced it open. The feather itself was a mystery. Forensic analysis confirmed it was indeed from a species of macaw, likely a hyacinth macaw, native to South America. Such birds were incredibly rare in Paris in the 1950s, owned only by the wealthiest collectors or specialized zoos. Records from local zoos and private collections were checked. No macaws were missing feathers, nor had any escaped. The theories Gerard entertained ranged from the mundane to the utterly bizarre. Could Professor Dubois have had a secret life? Was he somehow involved in exotic animal smuggling, or perhaps connected to someone who was? But his finances were modest, his life almost monastic. Could the feather have been planted by an intruder? If so, the intruder was a ghost, leaving no other trace, and the murder weapon was an inexplicably natural death. The motive remained elusive. You might imagine the late professor, a man steeped in the dusty annals of history, suddenly encountering something entirely out of his realm. Did a bird, by some unfathomable twist of fate, truly fly into his sealed apartment, shed a feather, and then somehow escape without a trace, all while the professor was having a fatal heart attack? The sheer improbability of this scenario bordered on the fantastical. Gerard considered the possibility of a symbolic act. Could the feather have been a message? A final, cryptic communication from a hidden individual? Or even a memento of a distant, undisclosed adventure Dubois had experienced long ago? The undisturbed nature of the room, however, argued against any active intervention in his last moments. Years passed, and the case of Professor Dubois and the macaw feather became a persistent, quiet anomaly in the Parisian police archives. The professor's life, as meticulously ordered as his book collection, offered no answers. The feather, vibrant and inexplicable, remained the sole, baffling clue. It became known as the Feather of Rue de Martyrs, a testament to an impossible event in a locked room. To this day, the true meaning of the macaw's feather and the silent secret it holds about Professor Pierre Dubois's final moments remains an enduring, unsolved mystery, a splash of vibrant color in a gray world. The Santa Fe Super Chief, a steel behemoth of American ingenuity, departed Chicago's Union Station precisely at 6 p.m. on a crisp November evening in 1968, destined for the distant mountains of Denver. Among its diverse complement of passengers was Mary Beth Calloway, a librarian from Columbus, Ohio, on her way to visit her sister. She was seen, spoken to, and her presence in berth 9 of Car 5 was noted by no less than 5 separate individuals. Yet, when the train pulled into Denver's bustling station 33 hours later, Mary Beth Calloway was gone. Her small suitcase still neatly tucked under her berth, her overnight bag on the seat, and not a single trace of her physical departure. How could a woman vanish from a moving train, a seemingly impenetrable metal tube, without a soul witnessing her exit, and without any explanation for her sudden disappearance? The journey had begun uneventfully. Mary Beth Calloway, a woman in her late 40s with a kind smile and spectacles perched on her nose, had boarded the train with a book and a quiet enthusiasm for the journey. Mr. Harrison, an affable salesman from Des Moines occupying the berth across the aisle, remembered a brief, pleasant conversation about the changing autumn leaves. Mrs. Albright, an elderly woman traveling to visit her grandchildren, recalled Mary Beth offering to share her crossword puzzle book. The dining car steward remembered serving her a light dinner, and the porter, a diligent man named Thomas, confirmed he had helped her with her small valise and shown her to her berth. By all accounts, Mary Beth was there, a tangible presence amidst the rhythmic clatter and hum of the train. As darkness fell, the train rolled westward, a ribbon of light cutting through the vast American night. Passengers retired to their berths. Thomas, the porter, walked the aisle, ensuring all was well, before securing the car doors for the night, a standard safety procedure on overnight journeys. The train made several scheduled stops: Kansas City, Topeka, La Junta, but at each stop, the doors were monitored by porters and security was stringent. Passengers disembarking were always noted, if only by the casual observation of the crew. No one, not the porters, not the conductors, not the station staff, recalled seeing Mary Beth Calloway step off the train at any point. The first hint of something amiss came the following morning. Thomas, making his rounds, noticed that berth 9's curtains were still drawn, unusually late for a passenger due to arrive in a few hours. He gently knocked. No answer. He knocked again, a little louder. Still silence. With a growing sense of unease, he pulled back the curtain. The berth was empty. The blankets were neatly folded, as if Mary Beth had simply gotten up and walked away. Her suitcase was still there, untouched, containing her clothes, toiletries, and the other half of her return ticket. Her handbag, containing her wallet and train ticket, was on the seat. It was as though she had merely stepped out for a moment, never to return. Upon arrival in Denver, the alarm was raised. Police swarmed Car 5. Detective Robert Miller, a man known for his methodical approach, took charge. Every inch of berth 9, and indeed the entire car, was meticulously searched. There was no sign of struggle, no broken glass, no blood, no note. The windows of the berth were intact and locked from the inside. The connecting doors to adjacent cars were similarly secure. The exterior doors of the train could only be opened from the inside by a release mechanism, or by a conductor's key from the outside mechanisms that would have been noticeable if tampered with. Miller interviewed every passenger, every crew member. Mr. Harrison recalled hearing faint sounds from berth 9 during the night, a rustling, perhaps, but attributed it to ordinary movements. Mrs. Albright remembered a distinct smell of pipe smoke sometime in the early hours, odd for a non-smoking car, but thought little of it. No one, however, could definitively say they saw Mary Beth Calloway after she had retired to her berth on that first night. She simply ceased to be observed. The train itself became a suspect. Was there a hidden compartment? A secret exit? Engineers and maintenance crews were brought in. Every panel, every nook, every cranny of Car 5 was inspected. Nothing. The Santa Fe Super Chief was a well-documented machine, its blueprints and schematics known. There were no hidden passages to the outside, no secret trapdoors to the tracks below. Theories began to emerge, each more baffling than the last. Could she have jumped? Unlikely, given the high speed of the train and the unlikelihood of leaving her belongings behind so neatly. If she had jumped, a body would have been found along the thousands of miles of track, yet extensive searches yielded nothing. Was she abducted? If so, how? And by whom, without any witnesses or signs of forced entry? The idea of an accomplice already on the train who somehow spirited her away seemed almost fantastical, especially without her luggage. One more obscure theory revolved around the brief, unscheduled stops the train sometimes made in remote areas due to track signals or minor mechanical issues. Could someone have known about such a stop and waited for it, only to assist Mary Beth in a silent, daring escape, or perhaps a forced departure? Yet, even then, the lack of any struggle, the undisturbed nature of her birth, continued to defy explanation. The case of Mary Beth Calloway became a phantom among the files of the Chicago Police Department, a mystery as vast and empty as the planes the super chief had traversed that night. The quiet librarian who settled into her berth, exchanged pleasantries, and then simply dematerialized, leaving behind only an empty space and a lingering, impossible question. To this day, the super chief continued its routes, carrying its passengers, but the silent passenger of berth 9 remains one of the most perplexing vanishing acts in American travel history. In the unforgiving vastness of the North Atlantic, far from established shipping lanes, a chilling anomaly began to haunt the airwaves in the early spring of 1963. Radio operators across a wide swath of the ocean, from seasoned merchant marine crews to isolated weather stations in the Arctic Circle, reported picking up a faint, repetitive distress signal. It was a clear, human voice, speaking in what sounded like accented Russian, repeating a series of numbers and a desperate plea for help. Yet, despite extensive searches and the deployment of naval assets, no ship, no wreckage, and no person were ever located in the vast, empty expanse from which the signal seemed to originate. Who was broadcasting this phantom message, and from what desperate, unseen corner of the world did it truly come? The first confirmed report came from the Canadian Coast Guard Station in St. John's, Newfoundland. Operator David Chun, a man whose shifts were usually filled with routine weather reports and ship-to-shore communications, was startled by the unexpected transmission. It was weak, almost swallowed by static, but unmistakably a human voice. He noted down the precise frequency and the approximate coordinates from which the signal appeared to emanate. Over the next few days, more reports trickled in, corroborating Chen's discovery. The voice, sometimes fading, sometimes eerily clear, repeated a sequence. 5-1-8-7-9. Help me. The ice. The ice. Followed by a short burst of what sounded like an undecipherable plea, concluding with Mikhail, Mikhail, before cycling back to the numbers. The North Atlantic, especially in spring, is a formidable place. Shifting ice flows, sudden squalls, and vast, empty stretches of ocean make any search operation a colossal undertaking. The Canadian and U.S. navies, alongside Coast Guard vessels, launched a coordinated search. Patrol planes flew grid patterns over the suspected origin area, and destroyers cut through the waves, their sonar pinging the depths. Days turned into a week, then two. The signal, however, remained. It was always there, sometimes stronger, sometimes barely audible, a ghostly whisper across the waves. Imagine the frustration of those involved. You have a clear, distinct voice, a plea for help, coordinates that consistently point to the same uninhabited stretch of ocean. Yet there is absolutely nothing. No debris, no lifeboats, no oil slicks, no telltale signs of a maritime disaster. It defied all logic. A ship, even a small one, leaves some trace when it vanishes. The language of the message added another layer of intrigue. The initial assessment was Russian. Intelligence agencies, particularly sensitive during the height of the Cold War, quickly became involved. Was this a Soviet vessel, perhaps a military one, that had gone down in secret? The Soviets, however, publicly denied any missing ships or submarines. Their own monitoring stations also reported picking up the signal, adding to the perplexing nature of the mystery. If it was a Soviet vessel, why deny it, especially when a rescue effort was clearly underway, even if unofficial? Investigators began to meticulously analyze the signal itself. It was consistently on a specific shortwave frequency, suggesting a deliberate broadcast rather than an accidental automated beacon. The voice itself was relatively young, perhaps in its late 20s or early 30s, with a distinct urgency that never wavered, even as the words repeated. The background noise, when discernible, seemed to suggest a cold, enclosed space, perhaps with the faint hum of machinery. But critically, there was no distortion, no crackle that might imply a broken antenna or damaged equipment. It was a clean, if faint, transmission. One compelling theory began to take shape among some of the more seasoned intelligence analysts. A pre-recorded loop. Could the signal be emanating from an automated beacon, activated by some tragic, unseen event, simply playing a final, desperate message over and over? This would explain the repetitive nature and the lack of human interaction or variations in the message. But if so, how was it powered for weeks in the middle of the ocean, and why was the device never found? Another, more unsettling, idea was the possibility of a ghost ship scenario. There have been historical accounts of vessels found adrift with no crew, yet still producing strange phenomena. Could the signal be from a vessel that had been abandoned, perhaps due to an accident, but whose emergency broadcast system had somehow continued to function long after its crew had departed or perished? This still didn't explain the lack of any wreckage. The Mikhail reference also became a point of intense speculation. Was it the name of the ship, person, a password? Without further context, it was merely another piece of the auditory puzzle. The chilling mention of the ice suggested a specific danger, perhaps an ice flow or entrapment, but the search area was ultimately clear of significant ice. The signal eventually faded, slowly and intermittently, over a period of several days in late April, until it was gone entirely. Just as mysteriously as it had appeared, the phantom broadcast ceased. The search was officially called off, leaving behind a profound sense of unease and a file thick with unanswered questions. No official explanation was ever offered, and the case of the phantom broadcast of the Atlantic became a unique entry in the annals of unsolved mysteries. The final known moments of whatever or whoever was broadcasting that desperate message remain etched only in the minds of those who heard it, a lingering whisper of human distress from an empty sea. In the summer of 1947, a chilling echo of an old maritime legend played out in the fog-laden waters off the coast of New England. The Ocean Wanderer, a three-masted schooner known for its distinctive red sails, was discovered adrift and entirely abandoned in a calm sea. Her sails fully set, her cargo undisturbed, and a half-eaten meal still warm on the galley table. Yet, there was no sign of Captain Edward Vance, his two-man crew, or his beloved dog, Barnaby. The ship was in perfect order, as if its occupants had simply stepped off for a moment and never returned. What could compel an entire crew to abandon a perfectly seaworthy vessel without a trace, leaving behind such an unsettling tableau? The discovery was made by the fishing trawler Sea Sprite, whose crew spotted the Ocean Wanderer floating listlessly, an ethereal silhouette in the morning mist. Their initial attempts to hail the schooner were met with silence. As they cautiously pulled alongside and boarded, a profound sense of unease descended upon them. The Ocean Wanderer was immaculate. The ship's wheel was lashed securely, indicating a stable course had been set. The logbook, open on the navigation table, was up to date, its last entry detailing a routine passage from Boston to Halifax, noting fair weather and smooth sailing. Captain Vance was a seasoned mariner, respected for his prudence and his unwavering attention to detail. He wouldn't have left his ship for anything less than a dire emergency, and certainly not without a distress signal or any indication of danger. Yet, the ocean wanderer bore no signs of struggle, no structural damage, no evidence of a fire or a sudden storm. The ship's lifeboat was still secured in its davits. It was as if the crew had simply vanished into thin air, leaving behind a perfectly preserved snapshot of their final, mundane moments. Consider the unsettling domesticity of the scene. 3 plates, half-eaten, with remnants of scrambled eggs and bacon. Coffee pot still warm to the touch. A deck of cards laid out for a game of solitaire, unfinished. Captain Vance's pipe rested in an ashtray, ashes still warm. Even Barnaby's bowl, half filled with kibble, sat beside the galley door. These were not the signs of a frantic, panicked abandonment. These were the traces of a sudden, inexplicable cessation of ordinary life. The U.S. Coast Guard launched an immediate and extensive search, but the vast, cold waters of the Atlantic yielded no bodies, no debris, no personal effects. The ocean wanderer became an instant maritime enigma, earning the somber moniker the Mary Celeste Sister, referencing the famous ghost ship of 1872. Investigators meticulously examined every detail of the ship. They found that the ship's chronometer had stopped at exactly 8:17 a.m. This offered a precise timestamp for the moment something profound had occurred, but not what had occurred. There was also an unusual scratch mark, deep and jagged, on the inside of the cabin door, as if something had tried to force its way out or in with considerable force. This was the only sign of anything resembling distress, and it was deeply confounding given the otherwise calm and orderly state of the vessel. One of the more unsettling findings came from an examination of the ship's emergency flare locker. It was entirely empty. All the distress flares, usually a vital component of any ship's safety equipment, were gone. This suggested that perhaps the crew had attempted to signal for help. But if so, to whom? And why had no one seen these flares? The ocean wanderer was in a relatively busy shipping lane, and a distress flare would almost certainly have been spotted, especially in clear weather. This led to the chilling thought: did they fire the flares into a void, or towards something they saw, but which no one else could? Theories proliferated, each more perplexing than the last. Was it an act of piracy, so expertly executed that it left no trace of struggle and no bodies? Unlikely, given the lack of valuable cargo and the undisturbed state of the ship. Could they have been abducted? The notion of a sudden, mass disappearance, without any indication of struggle, stretched the bounds of credulity. Some whispered of a sudden, localized and invisible atmospheric phenomenon that could have swept the crew overboard without affecting the ship itself. But even this seemed too convenient, too improbable. A more grounded, yet equally unsettling, theory centered on a unique form of silent panic. What if something sudden, utterly terrifying, but visually and audibly imperceptible to outsiders, had caused the crew to instinctively abandon ship in unison, perhaps believing a catastrophic internal event was imminent that would sink the vessel instantly? The scratch marks on the cabin door could be a frantic attempt to escape from some unseen terror within the ship. But what horror could cause such a coordinated, silent flight, leaving no trace of their destination? The final known moments of Captain Vance and his crew were those of quiet routine. A shared breakfast, a game of cards, a peaceful morning at sea. Then, at precisely 8:17 a.m., something changed. The ocean wanderer continued to drift, a silent testament to a question that hung over the waves for decades. The Coast Guard officially closed the case as missing crew, no explanation. The ocean wanderer herself was eventually salvaged and returned to port, a haunting reminder of the unknown forces that sometimes claim those who venture into the deep. To this day, The ship is viewed with a mixture of reverence and trepidation by those who believe the ocean holds secrets far more profound than any man can fathom. It was just past dawn on a blustery Tuesday in May 1952 when a local fisherman, out checking his lobster pots, stumbled upon a sight that would confound the quiet coastal community of Seabrook for decades. Lying perfectly still on the damp, cool sand of Seabrook sands, nestled against a drift of seaweed and pebbles, was the body of a man. He appeared to be sleeping, dressed in an impeccably tailored suit, a pristine white shirt, and a silk tie that was still perfectly knotted. Yet, a closer look revealed the unsettling truth. This man was clearly deceased, with no visible injuries and a serene, almost composed expression. Who was this mysterious individual, and why was he left on such an isolated stretch of beach, with no identification to speak of? The discovery quickly brought a small contingent of local constables to the scene, their uniformed figures stark against the vast, empty expanse of the beach. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of salt and iodine, and the only sounds were the rhythmic hush of the waves and the occasional cry of a gull overhead. Sergeant Thomas Mallory, a man whose career had seen its share of local disputes and petty thefts but few genuine mysteries, surveyed the scene with a furrowed brow. The lack of any struggle, any sign of distress, was immediately puzzling. It was as if the man had simply laid down and drifted away, or perhaps been placed there with deliberate care. The initial examination revealed a man in his late 40s or early 50s, well-nourished, and with a distinct, almost aristocratic air about him. His pockets, to the surprise of the officers, were entirely empty. No wallet, no keys, no loose change, not even a handkerchief. Every label on his expensive clothing had been meticulously cut away, leaving only the bare threads where names or brands once were. It was an act of deliberate erasure, designed to make identification impossible. But why such painstaking effort for an unknown, seemingly ordinary man? This was no typical drifter. The body was transported to the nearest mortuary, a somber building in the neighboring town. Dr. Evelyn Reed, the local coroner, began her examination with a quiet diligence. There were no obvious signs of violence, no poisoning readily apparent through standard tests. The internal organs were healthy. The man had died peacefully, or so it seemed, but from no natural cause she could pinpoint. It was as if life had simply departed him, leaving behind only a perfectly preserved shell. As she meticulously went through his belongings, or rather, the lack thereof, she found a tiny, almost imperceptible tear in the lining of his trousers, near the waist. Tucked away inside this makeshift pocket was a small, tightly folded slip of paper. It was no larger than a postage stamp, and on it, written in elegant, almost calligraphic script, were just 3 words in French: "Finis est la danse." The discovery of the note sent a shiver through the investigative team. Finis est la danse. The dance is finished. What could it mean? Was it a suicide note? A message to someone? Or something far more complex? The phrase itself was poetic, almost theatrical, stirring the imaginations of those involved. Sergeant Mallory consulted with local academics and literary enthusiasts. Eventually, a retired literature professor from the nearby university recognized the phrase. It was a line from a rather obscure 19th century French play, a tragic drama involving espionage and betrayal, culminating in a character's quiet, resigned demise. The search immediately turned to local libraries and bookstores, hoping to find a copy of this particular play, or perhaps even a more common anthology that might contain the line. Days turned into weeks, and the anonymous man lay unclaimed. His face, reconstructed by a police artist, appeared in newspapers across the country, but no one recognized him. He was a ghost in the records, a phantom man who had seemingly materialized on the beach from thin air. Then, almost a month after the discovery, a librarian in a town 50 miles away contacted the police. She recalled a copy of the specific play, a rare first edition, having gone missing from a special collection. It had been checked out by a man whose description vaguely matched the one circulated, but he had used a library card with a generic, common name and an address that later turned out to be fictional. When the police visited the address, they found an empty, long-abandoned cottage. But on the dusty, worn floorboards of the cottage's main room, partially hidden beneath a loose floorboard, they found another slip of paper, identical in size and paper typed to the one found in the dead man's trousers. This one contained a sequence of what appeared to be random letters and numbers. K8R2M9L1P5S7Q6T3. This new clue only deepened the enigma. Was it a code? A cipher? The police brought in cryptography experts, but the short sequence offered little purchase for standard methods. It seemed too brief, too fragmented. Was it part of a larger message? The possibility of espionage became a very real theory, especially in the tense post-war political climate. Had this man been a spy, compromised and silenced? Was Fini est la danse a prearranged signal? A final, chilling sign-off? The last known moments of the man remained elusive. No one reported seeing him arrive in Seabrook, or anyone matching his description. There were no cars found abandoned nearby, no train tickets purchased. It was as if he had simply walked onto the beach from nowhere. Some theories suggested he might have arrived by boat, perhaps dropped off by a larger vessel under the cover of darkness. Others whispered of a clandestine meeting gone terribly wrong, with an unknown assailant carefully posing the body to mislead investigators. Decades passed. The file on the man of Seabrook Sands remained open, a perennial question mark in the annals of local crime. The police department kept the cryptic notes and the photograph of the man, forever hopeful that new technology or a new piece of information might surface. The mystery of his identity, the true meaning of Fini est la danse, and the purpose of the strange code lingered like the salty mist over the very sands where he was found. To this day, the quiet man of Seabrook Sands sleeps in an unmarked grave, his story unfinished, his true identity and the truth behind his final dance forever lost to the whispering waves. On a quiet, dew-kissed morning in June 1974, something extraordinary fell from the sky onto a remote farm in rural Kansas. It wasn't just a meteor, a common enough occurrence, but a strikingly peculiar one. Discovered by a startled farmer tending his fields, the object was roughly the size of a football, unusually smooth, and surprisingly warm to the touch. What truly set it apart, however, was a series of intricate geometric patterns etched onto its surface, patterns that seemed too precise, too deliberate, to be the random scars of cosmic travel. What was the origin of these strange markings, and what hidden message, if any, did this celestial messenger carry from beyond our world? The farmer, Mr. Josiah Thorne, a man more accustomed to plowing furrows than pondering cosmic phenomena, carefully transported the warm rock to his farmhouse. He contacted the local sheriff, who, in turn, alerted a nearby university known for its geology department. Dr. Evelyn Albright, a passionate astrophysicist, was among the first scientists to arrive at the Thorne farm. Her initial examination, performed under the curious gaze of local reporters and intrigued neighbors, revealed that the object was indeed a meteorite, primarily composed of an iron-nickel alloy, but with a crystalline structure unlike any she had previously encountered. Its density was unusual, and its magnetic properties were surprisingly strong. The etchings, however, were the most captivating aspect. They weren't superficial scratches. They appeared to be deeply ingrained, almost part of the meteorite's fundamental composition, as if they had formed with it. The patterns consisted of interconnected lines, circles, and triangles, arranged in a repeating, non-random sequence. They were too perfect, too uniform, to be the result of atmospheric ablation or impact with Earth's surface. It was as if a sculptor had meticulously carved them, yet no known tool could have worked with such precision on this incredibly dense material. Consider the implications. If these markings were not natural, then something or someone had created them. This immediately sparked a firestorm of speculation, ranging from elaborate hoaxes to extraterrestrial communication. Dr. Albright, a scientist of unwavering skepticism, initially leaned towards a rare, unknown natural geological phenomenon. Yet, as her team conducted more advanced tests, her certainty began to erode. Spectral analysis showed trace elements within the etched lines that differed subtly from the surrounding material, suggesting that the patterns might have been formed or infused at an incredibly high temperature, perhaps during the meteorite's formation in space, or even by an external force. The message itself became the focus of intense scrutiny. Leading cryptographers and mathematicians from institutions across the country were consulted. They approached the patterns as if they were a complex code or a mathematical equation. One early theory suggested it was a visual representation of prime numbers, or perhaps a complex fractal design. However, no clear mathematical progression or linguistic structure could be discerned. The patterns remained tantalizingly indecipherable. Was it a universal language, a form of geometry that transcended earthly understanding, or was it merely a visual signature, an alien fingerprint left on a cosmic rock? The meteorite became a global sensation, dubbed the Kansas Anomaly. Governments quietly expressed interest, and a veil of subtle secrecy began to descend around the scientific investigations. The last known moments of this celestial traveler were its fiery descent through Earth's atmosphere, but its true journey and the story behind its markings were lost in the infinite expanse of space and time. One particularly intriguing, though unproven, theory emerged from a reclusive linguist who specialized in ancient symbolic languages. He suggested that the patterns were not meant to be read like a text, but rather observed as a form of visual music or a spatial narrative. He posited that the varying depths and widths of the lines, combined with the geometric shapes, might represent complex vibrations or resonant frequencies, perhaps even a three-dimensional instruction manual for an unknown technology. This theory, while highly speculative, did align with the subtle differences in elemental composition within the etched lines, implying some form of energy had been used to create them. The possibility of a Dyson sphere or some advanced alien civilization having used this meteorite as a probe, or even inadvertently marked it during a cosmic engineering project, gained traction in some circles. If the marks were indeed artificial, they would represent undeniable proof of intelligent life beyond Earth, a discovery that would fundamentally alter humanity's perception of its place in the universe. Yet, without a key, the message remained locked within the silent stone. The Kansas Anomaly eventually found a permanent home in a highly secured research facility. Scientists continued their study, employing ever more sophisticated techniques, but the core mystery endured. The meteorite remained a silent, beautiful enigma, a piece of cosmic history carrying a potential message that humanity was not yet equipped to understand. Its final meaning, and the identity of its creators, are still whispered about in the hushed tones of scientific conferences and late-night stargazing sessions, a profound question mark etched forever into a stone from the stars. The afternoon of September 2nd, 1978, was remarkably clear and calm over the Scottish Highlands, an ideal day for flying. Yet, it was on this very day that air traffic controllers at Prestwick Airport, their voices usually calm and measured, began to exchange increasingly frantic communications. A private Cessna 172, Flight 349, en route from Inverness to a small private airfield near Oban, had simply vanished from radar screens, just south of the forbidding peaks of Ben Nevis. There had been no distress call, no sudden plunge, no indication of mechanical failure. It was as if the aircraft, and its sole occupant, experienced pilot Captain Wallace Miller, had been swallowed by the very air. What force could have made an experienced pilot and a perfectly sound aircraft disappear so utterly, leaving behind no wreckage, no signal, no trace? The initial search operation was massive, involving Royal Air Force rescue helicopters, civilian mountain rescue teams, and local volunteers who knew the rugged terrain intimately. For days, the vast, green-brown expanse of the highlands was scoured, from lochs to craggy peaks, from dense forests to open moorland. The weather held, offering perfect visibility, but the airwaves remained eerily silent from Flight 349. Captain Miller was a well-respected figure in the local aviation community, known for his meticulous pre-flight checks and his cautious approach to flying. He wasn't a risk-taker, and his Cessna, though not brand new, was well-maintained and had recently passed its annual inspection. As the days turned into weeks, the hope of finding Captain Miller or any part of his aircraft began to wane. The official investigation, led by the Air Accidents Investigation Branch, AAIB, meticulously recreated his flight path based on the last known radar contacts. His last recorded communication with air traffic control was a routine check-in, reporting his altitude and position, his voice clear and untroubled. There was no hint of anything amiss. The investigators reviewed every detail: Captain Miller's health, his personal life, the aircraft's maintenance records, even the weather patterns minute by minute. All seemed perfectly normal, making the absence of any trace even more perplexing. Consider, for a moment, the vastness of the Scottish Highlands. Its peaks are ancient, its glens deep, and its wilderness can swallow secrets whole. Yet, a plane, even a small one, usually leaves some evidence. An oil slick on a loch, a scorch mark on a hillside, fragmented pieces of metal. For Flight 349, there was nothing. It was as if the aircraft had passed through a veil, transitioning from existence to non-existence without so much as a whisper. One intriguing, if fleeting, detail emerged from the control tower logs. Approximately 2 minutes before Flight 349's disappearance from radar, an air traffic controller reported a very faint, almost ghostly, secondary radar blip appearing momentarily near Flight 349's position. It was too weak to be a definitive aircraft signature, and it vanished almost immediately, attributed at the time to atmospheric interference or a transient radar anomaly. However, in the absence of any other explanation, some investigators privately wondered if it could have been another, unknown aircraft, perhaps flying without transponder, that somehow interacted with Flight 349. But if so, how and why? The theories that began to circulate among the public, and even quietly within some investigative circles, were varied and often unsettling. Was it a highly improbable, instantaneous mechanical failure that left no debris? Could Captain Miller have suffered a sudden, incapacitating medical event, sending the plane into a controlled glide that simply never ended in a crash, but rather a disappearance? Some speculated about a deliberate act, though Captain Miller had no known enemies, no financial woes, and no history of mental distress. The idea of an elaborate, perfect disappearance seemed too improbable for a man of his ordinary, contented life. The most persistent, and perhaps most disturbing, theory involved a phenomenon sometimes referred to as a ghost plane or a disappearing act. There have been extremely rare cases in aviation history where aircraft have seemingly vanished without a trace, leaving no wreckage. These cases often defy conventional explanation, pushing the boundaries of what is understood about flight and physics. Could Flight 349 have entered some unique atmospheric condition, a kind of unexplainable vortex that simply absorbed it? The notion sounds like something from a fantastical tale, yet with no physical evidence, The mind often grasps at the extraordinary to explain the impossible. Local folklore, too, began to intertwine with the mystery. Tales of ancient, unseen pathways in the mountains, of portals to other realms, were whispered among the villagers. While dismissed by the official inquiry, such stories speak to a deep human need to find meaning, even in the most baffling void. The AAIB concluded its official report years later with the term missing, presumed lost. It was a cold, clinical term for a profoundly unsettling absence. The report acknowledged the complete lack of wreckage or any physical evidence, stating that no probable cause for the disappearance could be determined. The case of Flight 349 became a permanent fixture in the roster of Britain's unsolved aviation mysteries. Captain Wallace Miller, the dependable pilot, simply flew into the clear Scottish sky one autumn afternoon and never returned. His final known moments were unremarkable: a routine check-in, a steady course, until the moment radar screens showed only emptiness. The mystery of the phantom pilot and his vanishing plane continues to hang over the tranquil highlands, a silent question whispered by the wind across the ancient peaks. In the vast, sun-baked expanse of the Arizona desert, far from the nearest paved road, the silence of a forgotten canyon was broken only by the incessant whine of wind through red rock. Here, at a privately funded archaeological dig, Dr. Theron Cade, a reclusive and visionary archaeologist whose life was a relentless pursuit of lost human technology, was found lifeless in his command tent. He lay peaceful, slumped over a meticulously drawn site map, his vital signs indicating a sudden, silent demise. Yet, clutched in his hand was not a brush or a trowel, but a perfectly smooth, jet-black metal sphere, impossibly cold to the touch, that, when exposed to light, projected shimmering, silent blueprints of impossible engines and vast, intricate cities built on non-Euclidean geometry. What forgotten past had Dr. Cade finally unearthed? And what silent, chilling truth did this otherworldly artifact reveal about his final, tranquil moments? It was a blistering afternoon in August of 2022 when the supply helicopter, long overdue for its weekly drop-off, finally touched down in Cade's remote dig site. Dr. Theron Cade was a man of singular focus, his days consumed by the dust and shadows of ancient civilizations, convinced that humanity had forgotten more technological wonders than it had ever discovered. When his automated weather station failed to transmit data for 2 days, and his emergency beacon remained silent, his concerned university patrons dispatched the helicopter. The entrance to his command tent, usually zipped tightly against the elements, was partially unfastened, flapping faintly in the desert breeze. Inside, the air was surprisingly cool, thanks to Cade's portable air conditioning unit, and heavy with the scent of dry earth and old paper. Dr. Cade sat at his collapsible field desk, his head resting on a stack of geological charts, a faint smile playing on his lips. His body was still, his eyes closed in what appeared to be a deep, untroubled sleep. The pilot, a grizzled ex-military man, checked for a pulse, finding none. Dr. Cade had passed away peacefully, his heart simply stopping, as the later medical examination confirmed. A sudden cardiac arrest, instantaneous and without struggle. But then the projection, clutched loosely in Dr. Cade's right hand, resting on the meticulously drawn site map, was a small, perfectly smooth metal sphere. It was no larger than a golf ball, yet it possessed an astonishing, almost unnatural weight, as if forged from compressed starlight. Its surface was a pure, unblemished black, absorbing all ambient light, and as the pilot, a man of few words and much practical experience, carefully lifted it from Cade's hand, he felt an immediate, profound cold radiating from its surface, a chill that seemed to penetrate to the bone, defying the sweltering desert heat. As he turned it slightly, A faint ray of sunlight from the tent flap caught its surface, and a holographic image shimmered into existence above it, silent and breathtaking. It was a blueprint, but unlike any he had ever seen. Lines of light depicted impossible, intricate gears turning within other gears, vast, spiraling conduits, and structures that seemed to fold inward on themselves, defying the constraints of three-dimensional space. The projections shifted, morphing from the inner workings of a colossal engine to the soaring spires of a city built on inverted logic, then to elegant, flowing schematics of something that resembled a portal. It was a silent ballet of impossible architecture and technology, utterly alien, yet rendered with breathtaking precision. Detective Elena Ramirez, a pragmatic investigator from the county sheriff's office, was called to the scene. She watched the holographic display with a mixture of awe and disbelief. The sphere, when analyzed, baffled every expert. Material scientists found it to be a pure, unalloyed metallic compound, yet its density was off the charts, far exceeding anything known to physics. Its perfect spherical form was impossible to achieve through conventional manufacturing. There were no seams, no visible power source, no internal components detectable by X-ray. The chilling cold it emitted was equally inexplicable. And the projections, they weren't merely light but coherent, moving images that seemed to manifest directly from the sphere itself without a projector. Dr. Cade's journals, filled with dense geological surveys, astronomical alignments, and speculative theories on ancient supercivilizations, offered a tantalizing backdrop to the mystery. He had been convinced that a highly advanced, pre-human civilization once existed on Earth, leaving behind artifacts that defied our current understanding of physics. His most recent entries spoke excitedly of a gravitational anomaly detected deep beneath his current dig site, and a resonant frequency emanating from it. His final entry, scrawled with an almost giddy excitement, read, "It is here, the key. They did exist. And the knowledge, it is all contained within." The entry ended abruptly mid-sentence, almost as if he had been interrupted by the very revelation he was describing. Theories multiplied in the small, makeshift forensic lab. Was the sphere an alien artifact, a piece of technology from a vastly superior intelligence, its purpose to record and transmit the history or knowledge of its creators? Could Dr. Cade, in his relentless pursuit, have inadvertently activated it, and the sheer influx of such profound, impossible information overwhelmed his mind, leading to his peaceful demise? The serene look on his face suggested not terror, but perhaps a final, ultimate understanding, the culmination of a lifelong quest. Or, more unsettlingly, could the sphere be a fragment of a lost human civilization, a piece of technology so far beyond our current capabilities that its very existence challenges our understanding of human history? Despite extensive investigation, the origin and nature of the chilling sphere remained an enduring enigma. No other similar artifacts were found at the dig site. The sphere, its impossible blueprints still shimmering in the air when exposed to light, was eventually secured in a highly specialized, insulated vault, its profound secrets locked away. To this day, the case of Dr. Theron Cade remains a profound mystery, a chilling testament to the boundaries of human knowledge and history, and a silent, luminous echo of a truth that perhaps was never meant to be discovered. Deep within the silent, salt-laced depths of an abandoned mine shaft in the desolate reaches of the Utah desert, a sanctuary carved out for ultimate cosmic observation, Dr. Vivian Holloway, a brilliant yet profoundly reclusive astrophysicist whose life was a silent devotion to mapping the unseen symmetries of the universe, was found lifeless at her primary telescope console. She lay peaceful, slumped over the control panel, her vital signs indicating a sudden, silent demise. Yet, the vast, multi-panel display before her, tuned to the deepest reaches of the cosmic void, broadcast a single, perfectly rendered, constantly shifting image. A hyperconstellation of impossible galaxies and nebulae, its features subtly morphing, breathing with an internal light, defying every known astronomical chart and the very laws of celestial mechanics. What impossible cosmos had Dr. Holloway finally glimpsed? And what profound, living truth did this alien map reveal about her final, tranquil moments? It was a stark, almost lunar landscape above ground in November of 2018 when the university's emergency response team finally breached the blast-proof entrance to the Observatory Zero. Dr. Vivian Holloway had chosen this abandoned salt mine for its unparalleled shielding from light and radio interference, creating a subterranean haven for pure cosmic reception. Her bi-monthly data uplink, usually a torrent of complex astronomical data, had ceased abruptly 3 weeks prior. Professor Elias Vance, her former mentor and the only person with override codes, felt a cold dread as he guided the team down the winding access tunnel. The airlock door, usually hermetically sealed, was slightly ajar, a faint, unsettling hum emanating from within. Inside, the vast subterranean chamber was cool and silent, save for the low thrum of the supercomputers and the gentle whir of cooling fans. Dr. Holloway sat hunched over the control panel of her primary optical telescope, her head resting on her arms, a look of profound serenity on her face. Her high-resolution monitors, usually filled with statistical readouts and spectral analyses, glowed with an utterly different kind of light. She appeared to have simply drifted off mid-observation. The emergency medical technician, accustomed to the raw chaos of accidents, noted the utter stillness of the scene. Dr. Holloway had passed away peacefully, her heart suffering a sudden, massive failure, instantaneous and without struggle. But then the display. The central bank of monitors, dominating the cavernous space, showed not stars, nor galaxies, nor cosmic dust clouds as typically observed. Instead, it rendered a single, impossibly complex image, a vast, swirling tapestry of light. It was a constellation, but one composed of luminous structures that defied all known astronomical cataloging. Galaxies pulsed with an internal, non-stellar light. Nebulae shifted their forms like living entities, and clusters of stars rearranged themselves into symmetrical patterns that were both alien and breathtakingly beautiful. The entire image subtly breathed, expanding and contracting, its colors shifting through spectra unknown to human eyes. It was a living map, constantly redrawing itself, revealing structures that were simultaneously too vast to comprehend and too intricate to be accidental. It was the universe, but not as we knew it. Detective Commander Anya Sharma, from the Regional Investigations Unit, was called to the scene. She stood before the shimmering display, her pragmatic mind struggling to reconcile what her eyes were seeing. The image was perfectly stable, utterly devoid of artifact or static. It was not a recording. It was a live feed from the colossal, custom-built telescope. Its sensors pointed directly into a patch of cosmic void previously believed to be empty. Astrophysicists from NASA and international observatories were brought in. Their findings were immediate and baffling. The light wavelengths, the energy signatures, the sheer scale of the structures depicted on the screen defied every known law of physics and cosmology. The patterns displayed impossible symmetries, geometries that could only exist in higher dimensions, rendered somehow visible. The stars and galaxies within this living constellation moved with a fluidity that disregarded gravity, light speed, or any known form of cosmic evolution. It was an anomaly of a magnitude never before conceived. Dr. Holloway's journals, meticulously kept and filled with dense equations and philosophical musings on the dark flow and the cosmic web, offered tantalizing clues. She had spent years theorizing about non-baryonic structures and self-organizing cosmic intelligences dwelling in the universe's vast, empty spaces. Her most recent entries grew increasingly abstract, speaking of a whisper from the deep void, a pattern in the background radiation that was too perfect, and finally, a breakthrough in her proprietary filters that allowed her to peel back the veil. Her last entry, scrawled with an almost frenzied excitement, simply read, "It is not empty, it lives, and it is speaking." Theories multiplied, each more profound than the last. Had Dr. Holloway, in her relentless pursuit, stumbled upon a true cosmic entity, a living universe or an intelligence so vast it communicated through the very fabric of space-time, and her telescope had become its receiver? Could the sheer influx of such profound, unearthly information have overwhelmed her mind, leading to her peaceful demise? The serene look on her face suggested not terror, but perhaps a final, ultimate understanding, the culmination of a lifelong quest to hear the universe's true voice. Or, more unsettlingly, could the living constellation be a map to something, a guide to a reality beyond our own, a final invitation extended to the human mind capable of perceiving it? Despite exhaustive investigation, the origin and nature of the living constellation remained an enduring enigma. The patch of sky it depicted remained, to all other telescopes, a perfectly unremarkable void. The image, its impossible geometry still shimmering and breathing on the secured monitors, was eventually stored in a highly specialized, shielded database, its profound secrets locked away. To this day, the case of Dr. Vivian Holloway remains a profound mystery, a chilling testament to the boundaries of human knowledge and perception, and a silent, luminous echo of a truth that perhaps was never meant for human eyes. In the hallowed, dust-laden depths of the university's restricted archives, a section long sealed for its fragile, ancient manuscripts, a faint, acrid scent stirred the midnight air. When the security guard, alerted by an anomalous heat signature on his antique thermal imaging equipment, finally breached the reinforced door, he discovered Dr. Elias Vance, a reclusive historian of lost languages, slumped over a reading desk, his face serene in death. Yet, amidst the charred remains of surrounding texts and the telltale signs of a contained, self-extinguished fire, a single, unbound volume lay pristine in his grasp, its parchment pages glowing with a soft, otherworldly light, revealing an intricate, utterly alien script. What forbidden knowledge did this untouched codex hold? And what silent, luminous secret led to the scholar's enigmatic demise within the very heart of the burning archive? It was a frigid January night in 2005 at the venerable University of Heidelberg. The Alte Bibliothek, a sprawling edifice of ancient stone and whispered secrets, was usually a silent, sleeping giant after hours. But tonight, a faint, almost metallic smell of smoke permeated the air in the seldom-used West Wing. Gunther Koch, the night watchman, had spent decades patrolling these labyrinthine corridors, and he knew every creak, every echo. This smell was new, unsettling. His thermal sensor, usually reserved for checking heating pipes, registered an unusual hot spot in the famously sealed Ethel Archive, a section locked away for years due to water damage and the extreme fragility of its unique collection. Accessing the Ethel Archive was a logistical nightmare, requiring multiple keys and an authorization protocol that hadn't been fully reviewed in decades. It took Gunther nearly an hour and a call to the head librarian to finally open the heavy oak door. The scene inside defied logic. A small, self-contained fire had clearly occurred. The immediate area around an ancient oak reading desk was scorched black, the surrounding bookshelves charred, and several priceless, leather-bound tomes on adjacent shelves were reduced to brittle ash. Yet, Dr. Elias Vance, a scholar so reclusive he was rumored to live among the texts, sat slumped over the very desk, his head resting on his arm, untouched by the flames. His spectacles were still perched on his nose. He had died, as the later autopsy confirmed, of smoke inhalation, a peaceful yet profound end. But then Gunther saw it. Clutched firmly in Dr. Vance's right hand, lying open on the scorched desk, was a single unbound volume. It was an ancient manuscript, its parchment pages a rich, creamy white, completely pristine. Not a single page was singed, not a corner curled by the intense heat that had ravaged everything else around it. And from the intricate script on its pages, a soft, ethereal blue light pulsed, illuminating the otherwise darkened room with a faint, hypnotic glow. The script itself was the most unsettling detail. Fluid, elegant symbols, unlike any known human language or cipher, interwoven with geometric patterns that seemed to shift subtly as one gazed upon them. Inspector Klaus Schmidt, a man with a pragmatic mind and a healthy skepticism for the sensational, took charge. The fire marshals were immediately baffled. The blaze had no discernible origin, no faulty wiring, no dropped cigarette, no accelerants. And most remarkably, it had extinguished itself without intervention, precisely at the boundaries of the desk, leaving Vance and his codex untouched while incinerating everything else in its immediate vicinity. It's like the fire had a mind of its own, one bewildered marshal admitted. And a very specific target. The luminescent codex became the central enigma. Rare book experts were summoned, their reverent whispers echoing in the quiet archive. They confirmed the parchment was ancient, dating back centuries, but the glowing script was inexplicable. It wasn't ink, pigment, or any known medium. The light seemed to emanate from the material of the page itself. Cryptographers and linguists, called in from across Europe, studied the alien symbols. They were coherent, patterned, undeniably a form of writing, but they bore no resemblance to any known human language, living or dead. It was an unwritten tongue, a language from another place, another time, or perhaps another reality. Dr. Vance's life offered few clues. He was a scholar of exceptional intellect, known for his obsessive pursuit of anomalous texts, manuscripts rumored to contain knowledge outside conventional historical records. Colleagues mentioned his lifelong fascination with the legendary Whispering Tomes, books that were said to transmit information directly into the mind of the reader. He had been granted special, highly restricted access to the Ethel archive just weeks before his death, specifically to catalog an unexamined collection of medieval texts. Had he found one of these tomes? Theories abounded. Was the fire a symbolic act, self-ignited by Vance as he encountered a profound, perhaps forbidden, truth within the glowing text? Had the codex itself been the cause, its knowledge too potent, manifesting as a contained energy discharge that simultaneously brought about his death and protected itself? Some whispered of a transdimensional event, a brief tear in reality that brought forth the book and its strange energies. The serene expression on Vance's face suggested not terror, but perhaps a final, profound understanding. Despite exhaustive investigations, no rational explanation for the fire's origin or its containment, nor for the nature of the luminescent codex, was ever found. Dr. Vance's death was formally listed as accidental, caused by smoke inhalation, but the circumstances remained profoundly unsettling. The glowing codex, its strange script still pulsating with a faint, inner light, was eventually placed in a climate-controlled vault, its pages unreadable, its origins unknown, a silent testament to a scholar who literally died for knowledge, taking its secret with him into the silent glow of an unwritten tongue. In a quiet university town in West Germany, nestled along the Rhine, Professor Elias Thorn, a renowned philologist whose life was dedicated to the ancient echoes of forgotten tongues, was discovered lifeless in his study, a single sheet of paper clutched in his hand. What was the origin of the alien script meticulously penned on that paper? A script unlike any known to human history. And what silent knowledge did it hold that led to the scholar's enigmatic demise? It was a cold, gray morning in October of 1963 when Klaus Richter, Professor Thorne's research assistant, unlocked the heavy oak door to the professor's private study in the university's hushed linguistics department. Elias Thorne was a man of profound routine, his days as predictable as the ticking of the grandfather clock in the department hall. When his usual 9 a.m. request for tea went unanswered for the third consecutive morning, Klaus felt a prickle of unease. The aroma of stale pipe tobacco and aged paper, familiar companions in the study, was unusually heavy. Professor Thorne sat slumped at his large, leather-topped desk, amidst stacks of obscure texts and research notes. His spectacles were askew, and a half-full teacup, long cold, sat beside a worn dictionary. He appeared utterly at peace, as if he had simply fallen into a deep, unending sleep. But then Klaus noticed it. Clutched in the professor's right hand, held with surprising rigidity, was a single, crisp sheet of parchment. It was covered from top to bottom in an elaborate, unreadable script. Medical examination was swift. Dr. Schmidt, the university physician, declared the cause of death as a sudden, massive heart attack, likely occurring 2 or 3 days prior. There were no signs of struggle, no poison, no foul play. It was, ostensibly, a natural end for a man of Thorne's advanced years and sedentary habits. Yet the paper in his hand remained. Inspector Reinhardt, a methodical man from the local Marburg police, carefully extracted it. The script was unlike anything Reinhardt had ever seen. It wasn't Latin or Greek or Arabic. It wasn't even Cyrillic or an Asian ideogram. It consisted of fluid, elegant curves, interspersed with sharp, angular strokes, arranged in neat, horizontal lines. There were repeating patterns, almost like a recurring grammatical structure, but the individual symbols were alien, bearing no resemblance to any known alphabet or logographic system. It looked deliberate, meticulously crafted, not the chaotic scrawl of a disturbed mind, but a coherent, if utterly incomprehensible, form of writing. Reinhardt immediately consulted the university's linguistics department. Colleagues of Professor Thorne, experts in everything from ancient Sumerian to obscure Celtic dialects, pored over the document. They traced the symbols with their fingers, murmured theories, and shook their heads in frustration. "It's not a cipher we know," one professor declared, "nor any natural language. It possesses an internal consistency, certainly, but its origins, they are utterly unknown." Professor Thorne himself had been a master cryptanalyst during the war, lending his linguistic genius to Allied code-breaking efforts. Could this be one of his own creations? Private code, perhaps? But why leave it so prominently at his death? The investigation turned to Professor Thorne's recent activities. His life was largely confined to his study, his books, and his occasional lectures. He had no known enemies, no significant financial entanglements, and no close family. His only notable recent deviation from routine was a series of clandestine visits to a private collection in a remote village in Bavaria, where he had been granted access to an exceptionally rare and uncatalogued manuscript, a thick, leather-bound tome of unknown provenance, filled with intricate illustrations and, as Klaus remembered, strange, swirling script similar to, but not identical with, the one found in Thorne's hand. Klaus had only seen glimpses of it, as the professor had been unusually secretive about this particular research. The Bavarian collection, when investigated, confirmed Thorne's visits. The curator, a stern, elderly woman, vaguely remembered the professor being intensely focused on a single, unnamed volume, a book she had inherited from a reclusive ancestor who had traveled extensively in the Ottoman Empire and parts of Eastern Europe. She couldn't provide much detail, claiming its contents were too abstract for her. The book itself, however, was still there, untouched. It offered no direct match to the script. Theories began to form around Reinhardt's desk. Could the script be a new discovery, a previously unknown ancient language that Thorne had deciphered, the knowledge of which proved too dangerous to live with? Perhaps a forgotten sect, a hidden civilization, or a secret society, and Thorne's quiet death was a deliberate silencing. Or was it something far more contemporary, something tied to the tense geopolitical landscape of 1960s Europe? West Germany was a hotbed of espionage. Could Thorne have been caught in a web of Cold War intrigue, the script a coded message meant for a contact or a warning or even a confession? His wartime code-breaking past made this chillingly plausible. You might wonder, if it was a code, why was it left in such an exposed manner? Perhaps it was meant to be found. A final message, a challenge, a desperate cry for help, or a warning to those who might follow in his footsteps. The clean, unruffled state of his study, the serene expression on his face, only deepened the enigma. It was as if he had carefully placed the message there, understood its profound implications, and then simply allowed himself to pass. Despite every effort, the intricate script of Professor Thorne remained an unwritten tongue, its meaning locked away forever. The initial diagnosis of natural causes stood, but the question of the paper, and the secret it held, continued to haunt Inspector Reinhardt. To this day, the Marburg University archives hold a meticulously preserved copy of the document, a silent testament to the linguist who died holding a language only he knew, and a mystery that continues to baffle those who dare to ponder its unwritten truth. In the rugged, mist-shrouded highlands of Scotland, a solitary backpacker known only by the name on his hostel registration, Alistair Finch, checked out of a remote youth hostel one damp morning in August of 1993, intending to hike a challenging, well-marked trail through the Blackwood Pass. His belongings, including a neatly packed rucksack and a camera with a freshly exposed roll of film, were still in his room. Yet, only a few hours later, his half-eaten lunch was found on a rock overlooking a breathtaking vista, his footprints stopping abruptly at a seemingly impassable rock face, and a single unmailed postcard depicting the very view he had been enjoying lay on the ground beside his abandoned meal. How could a seasoned hiker vanish without a trace on a known path, leaving behind a scene of such sudden, inexplicable abandonment? And what was the untold message on that solitary postcard? The morning had promised a break in the weather, a rare gift in the Scottish Highlands. Alistair Finch, a man in his late 20s with a lean build and a quiet demeanor, had struck the hostel warden, Mrs. McGregor, as an experienced outdoorsman. He spoke with a faint, unplaceable accent, somewhere between American and Canadian, and his eyes held the distant, reflective gaze of someone intimately familiar with solitude. He had signed the register with a clear, legible hand, Alistair Finch, providing an address in Vancouver, Canada, which would later prove to be a non-existent street number. He mentioned his plan to hike the Blackwood Pass, a challenging but popular route among serious trekkers, known for its stunning views and manageable terrain. By midday, the brief window of sunshine began to fade, replaced by the familiar drizzle. Local gamekeeper Hamish McIntyre, out checking snares near the trail, stumbled upon a disturbing scene. On a flat, moss-covered rock known as Whispering Point, a popular rest stop offering panoramic views of the valley, sat a half-eaten sandwich, still wrapped in wax paper, and an open thermos beside it. A few feet away, lying face down, was a postcard. Hamish, recognizing it as one sold at the hostel, picked it up. It depicted the very vista from Whispering Point. On the back, addressed to a Mr. Ewan Thompson in London, were only two neatly written lines of text, seemingly incomplete. The air here is crisp, the views beyond compare. I've been thinking about your theory regarding The message stopped abruptly, mid-sentence. No signature, no stamp. It was as though the writer had been interrupted mid-thought, mid-sentence, perhaps even mid-breath. A quick look around revealed no one. The silence was profound, broken only by the drip of moisture from the pines and the distant cry of a curlew. Hamish, with a growing sense of unease, followed the fresh boot prints in the soft, peaty ground. They led directly to a sheer granite rock face, smooth and unscalable, an impassable barrier. And there, at the base of the rock, the footprints simply ceased. There was no scrambling, no slide marks, no indication of a fall. They just ended. The alarm was raised, and a search party was quickly organized. Mrs. McGregor confirmed that Alastair Finch had checked out and had indeed left his rucksack and camera in his room. An odd oversight for a man supposedly heading out for a day's hike. The rucksack contained a change of clothes, a small first aid kit, and a few well-worn guidebooks for various hiking trails across Europe and North America. The camera, when developed, showed only picturesque landscapes and a few self-portraits of Finch smiling against dramatic backdrops. Nothing out of the ordinary, no other people, no hidden clues. Detective Sergeant Fiona Kennedy, a no-nonsense officer with a deep knowledge of the Highlands, took charge. The scene at Whispering Point was meticulously examined. The sandwich, the thermos, the postcard, all bore Finch's fingerprints. But the area around the rock face where his footprints vanished yielded nothing. No loose rocks from a fall, no signs of a struggle, no discarded items. It was as if he had walked into thin air. The non-existent address in Vancouver was a significant red flag. Attempts to trace Alastair Finch through other means, dental records, common databases, international police networks, proved fruitless. He was a ghost, a name on a hostel register and a series of photographs, but no verifiable identity. The name Ewan Thompson in London was also a dead end, a common enough name with no clear connection to anyone missing or known to law enforcement. The incomplete message on the postcard became the core of the mystery. What theory was Alastair Finch referring to? Was it geological, philosophical, perhaps something more clandestine? The way the message cut off mid-sentence suggested a sudden, unexpected event. But what kind of event could cause a man to simply disappear from a well-trafficked trail in broad daylight, leaving no trace but an unfinished thought? One prevailing theory suggested Finch might have been meeting someone, perhaps a contact involved in something illicit, and the meeting went awry. The unfinished postcard could have been a prearranged signal, a dead man's switch of information. Could he have been airlifted out, perhaps by a small, silent helicopter, whisking him away from the sheer rock face? Yet, no local residents reported unusual air traffic. Another, more unsettling possibility considered the geological uniqueness of the area. Some parts of the highlands have hidden caves or sinkholes, camouflaged by thick vegetation or mist. Could Finch have stumbled into an unmapped crevice, falling into a void from which no sound could escape? However, extensive searches by mountain rescue teams, employing dogs and even specialized thermal imaging, yielded no sign of a body or a hidden cavity. The Blackwood Traveler, as he became known, became a permanent fixture in the local lore of the Highlands, a chilling story told around peat fires on long, dark nights. The unmailed postcard, its incomplete sentence hanging in the air like an unanswered question, remained the only tangible clue to a man who literally walked out of existence, leaving behind a silence as vast and impenetrable as the Scottish mountains themselves. To this day, the question of what theory Alastair Finch was pondering, and what fate befell him at the impassable rock face, remains a haunting, unsolved riddle. In the quiet, unassuming New England town of Havenwood, autumn of 1968 painted the maple trees in fiery hues, a stark contrast to the somber news that rippled through its close-knit community. Mr. Silas Blackwood, a recluse known for his meticulous rose garden and his gentle, if distant, demeanor, had passed away peacefully in his sleep at the age of 78. His landlady, Mrs. Henderson, found him, a faint smile on his lips, and clutched in his hand a small leather-bound diary. Yet, the entries within that weathered book spoke of a life entirely foreign, detailing impossible events and secret histories from a past that could not possibly have been his. Who was the real author of these chilling recollections, and what profound secret had the quiet Mr. Blackwood truly taken to his grave? The local constable, Officer Miller, was dispatched to the modest boarding house. The scene was unremarkable. An elderly gentleman expired naturally in his bed, the room tidy and filled with the scent of dried lavender. Mr. Blackwood had been a resident of Havenwood for nearly 2 decades, living a solitary existence, paying his rent promptly, and rarely venturing beyond the town square. He received no mail, had no known relatives, and his only documented past was a terse record of a small pension. His life had been a blank slate, devoid of adventure, a testament to quiet anonymity. It was Mrs. Henderson who, out of a respectful curiosity, had gently pried the small journal from his grasp. Its cover was unadorned, the leather smooth from years of handling. She opened it to the first page, expecting perhaps a record of his rose garden or reflections on the changing seasons. What she found, written in a neat, cursive hand, caused her to gasp. The date was November 1943, and the entry described, with vivid and precise detail, a clandestine meeting in a bombed-out Parisian cafe, discussing resistance movements and the movements of German panzer divisions. Mrs. Henderson, a woman who had spent her entire life within a 50-mile radius of Havenwood, knew immediately that this was not the Silas Blackwood she knew. Officer Miller, initially skeptical, took possession of the diary. As he began to read, his professional calm began to fray. The entries continued, chronicling intricate espionage operations across wartime Europe, detailing encounters with high-ranking military officials, and even recounting specific, verifiable historical events like the D-Day landings from a shockingly intimate, almost participant's perspective. The language was not flowery, but precise, almost repertorial, yet imbued with a deep sense of personal observation and risk. The problem was, according to available records, Silas Blackwood had been working as a humble bookkeeper in a small town in upstate New York throughout the entirety of World War II. His passport records, his ration book applications, every scrap of official paper placed him far from the battlefields of Europe. You might wonder, how could a simple discrepancy become such a profound mystery? It was the sheer depth of detail. The diary didn't merely mention Paris. It named specific streets, described the quality of the coffee in certain hidden cafes, even noted the distinctive limp of a particular German officer. It spoke of safe houses in Brussels, secret codes exchanged in Lisbon, and the bone-chilling cold of a winter mission in the Ardennes. These were not generic historical references. They felt like lived experiences. The more the authorities delved into the diary, the more perplexing the John Doe case became. They cross-referenced names, places, and events mentioned in the diary against declassified intelligence reports and historical archives. To their astonishment, many of the seemingly fictional details, especially regarding lesser-known figures and obscure intelligence operations, matched perfectly with recently declassified information. It was as if the author had been a ghost in the annals of history, a participant whose existence was never officially recorded. The theories began to swirl quietly among the handful of investigators assigned to the case. Was it an elaborate hoax, a remarkably researched piece of historical fiction written by a recluse with an extraordinary imagination? But why write it as a personal journal with no intention of publication? And why, then, would Silas Blackwood live such a dull, unremarkable life for decades, never speaking of his supposed past? Another, more unsettling possibility was that Blackwood was not Silas Blackwood at all. Perhaps he was a man living under an assumed identity, a former spy or operative whose true identity was so deeply buried that he could only confide in a secret diary. The detailed memories, the vivid recall of danger and triumph, suggested a true veteran, perhaps one whose service had required him to disappear into the quiet anonymity of a new life, a new name, for decades. The meticulous cutting of all labels from the deceased man in Seabrook Sands, for example, shares a chilling parallel with the complete erasure of Blackwood's European past. The diary, then, might not have been a complete personal account, but a coded message or even a memory aid for someone attempting to keep their two lives separate. His final moments, seemingly peaceful, might have been the closing of a chapter that began long ago, far from Havenwood. The mystery of Silas Blackwood, the man who was both a mild-mannered gardener and a shadow agent in the heart of Europe, remains unsolved. The diary, eventually archived as the Blackwood Papers, offers a tantalizing glimpse into a life that was either fabricated with impossible precision or belonged to an individual who truly defied every attempt at identification. The true John Doe of Havenwood rests beneath a simple headstone, his secret life entombed with him, leaving behind only the cryptic whispers of a diary that continued to ask, who was he, really? In the tranquil spring of 1965, the remote Vermont community of Oakhaven began to notice a subtle yet persistent disturbance. A low, resonant hum, barely audible at first, seemed to emanate from somewhere deep within the earth, growing steadily over weeks until it permeated every quiet corner of their lives. What was the true source of this unnerving, pervasive vibration? And why did it seem to be intimately connected to the sudden, inexplicable disappearance of the town's most brilliant, yet reclusive resident? Oakhaven was a place largely untouched by the wider world, a self-sufficient village where time seemed to move at a gentler pace. Its isolation was part of its charm, a quietude broken only by the chirping of crickets or the rustle of leaves. So, when the hum began, it was easily dismissed. A distant logging truck, perhaps. A new generator at the power station miles away. But as days turned into weeks, the hum deepened, gaining a strange, almost organic quality. It wasn't a mechanical whir. It was a low, vibrational thrum that seemed to sink into the very bones, particularly noticeable in the dead of night, when all other sounds had faded. Some likened it to a giant, unseen bell resonating beneath the granite foundations of the Green Mountains. Sheriff Marty Green, a pragmatic woman new to Oakhaven, initially received complaints with a polite skepticism. Farmers reported their livestock acting strangely, dogs howling at the empty sky, birds taking erratic flight patterns. Residents spoke of sleepless nights, a constant pressure behind their ears, and a vague sense of unease. Marty, however, couldn't hear it herself, at least not at first. Her predecessor, Sheriff Thorne, had often spoken of the town's resident genius, Dr. Alastair Finch, as a man whose brilliance bordered on eccentricity. Finch, a theoretical physicist who had once worked on classified government projects, had retired to Oakhaven 20 years prior, building a heavily fortified, isolated compound on the outskirts of town, where he continued his enigmatic research in utter seclusion. It was when the hum became undeniable, even to Marty, that her attention turned to Dr. Finch. The hum was now a constant, palpable presence, vibrating through the floors of the general store, rattling loose panes of glass in older homes. And it seemed strongest, almost overwhelmingly so, near Finch's heavily wooded property. Local gossip, already prone to exaggeration when it came to Finch, began to suggest he was somehow involved, his strange experiments perhaps having gone awry. You might imagine the townspeople's growing frustration, their simple lives now shadowed by this unseen, unheard by some phenomenon. Marty decided a visit to Dr. Finch was in order, despite his well-known aversion to visitors. On a crisp May morning, she drove the winding, gravel road to his estate. The hum grew steadily louder with every mile, becoming a deep, low throb that resonated through the metal of her patrol car. As she approached the formidable gates of his compound, the sound was intense, a physical presence that seemed to push against her eardrums. The gates were unusually ajar. A sense of quiet desolation hung over the property, rather than the usual hum of unseen machinery. Marty pushed the heavy oak front door, finding it unlocked. "Dr. Finch?" she called out, her voice swallowed by the oppressive silence within. A silence made all the more profound by the thrumming that still vibrated through the floorboards beneath her feet. The house was dark, the curtains drawn. Finch's lab, a chaotic marvel of wires, glowing tubes, and half-assembled contraptions, was strangely still. A bank of power generators, usually whirring, were silent, yet the pervasive hum of the ground seemed to amplify here, a low groan rising from beneath the very floor. Dr. Finch was nowhere to be found. His expensive scientific instruments lay untouched, his desk covered in complex mathematical equations scrawled on loose sheets of paper. But in the center of a large circular workbench, amidst soldering irons and oscilloscopes, was a peculiar half-built device. A large, intricate copper coil, partially encased in a strange, non-metallic material, aimed directly downwards, seemingly into the earth beneath the lab. Beside it, weighted down by a heavy brass ruler, was a single folded note, written in Dr. Finch's precise, almost microscopic hand. The note was brief, chillingly so. It simply read, "The frequency has found its home. I follow where it leads." Beneath the words was a final schematic, far more complex than anything else in the room. It depicted not a machine, but a representation of wave patterns converging at a single, precise point directly beneath the lab, labeled Omega. The police investigation that followed yielded no answers. There were no signs of forced entry, no struggle. Dr. Finch's car was still in the garage. His finances were in order. It was as if he had simply walked into the earth, following the very hum that had consumed Oakhaven. His cryptic note and the half-built device pointing downwards only deepened the enigma. For another week, the hum persisted, peaking in intensity around Finch's abandoned compound, almost vibrating the remaining windows out of their frames. Then, as suddenly as it had arrived, it began to wane, slowly at first, then fading entirely over 2 days, leaving Oakhaven in an unsettling, almost deafening silence. The relief was palpable, but it was tinged with a profound sense of bewilderment and loss. Was Dr. Finch driven to madness by some unseen geological phenomenon, believing it to be a call only he could answer? Or had his decades of esoteric research finally allowed him to tap into a genuine, unknown natural resonance, perhaps even a pathway to another dimension or a deeper layer of reality, and he had simply stepped through? His final known moments were spent in frantic, isolated work, chasing a frequency that only he seemed truly attuned to, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions and a chilling note. The case of Dr. Alastair Finch and the Oakhaven hum remains a haunting testament to the boundaries of human knowledge and the profound secrets that may lie just beneath our feet. High in the remote, snow-capped peaks of the Swiss Alps, nestled within a stark, minimalist research station, Dr. Alastair Finch, a reclusive theoretical mathematician whose life was a silent devotion to the unobservable symmetries of higher dimensions, was found lifeless at his pristine desk. His passing was peaceful, his gaze fixed on a small, obsidian tablet in his hand. Yet, the tablet, cold to the touch and seemingly devoid of any power source, projected into the air above it a perfect, glowing geometric construct. A complex, constantly folding and unfolding shape that defied the laws of three-dimensional space, its angles and vertices shifting with a silent, mesmerizing fluidity. What impossible geometry had Dr. Finch finally glimpsed? And what profound, shifting truth did this living equation reveal about his final, tranquil moments? It was a brilliant, wind-scoured morning in April of 2008 when the university team arrived at the Alpine Research Station. Dr. Alistair Finch was a legend in his field, a man whose abstract mathematical theories bordered on philosophy, often impenetrable to all but a handful of colleagues. His station, a sleek, self-sufficient structure clinging to a rocky outcrop, was designed for absolute isolation, his communion solely with numbers and theoretical constructs. When his automated satellite link failed to transmit his weekly data packet for the third consecutive time, a cautious concern escalated to an urgent dispatch. The airlock door, usually hermetically sealed, was slightly ajar, rattling faintly in the thin, biting wind. Inside, the station was impeccably ordered, every surface gleaming, every piece of complex equipment humming softly. Dr. Finch sat upright at his primary workstation, his body still, his head tilted slightly, as if in contemplation. A single, focused beam of light from his desk lamp illuminated his face, serene and utterly devoid of distress. He appeared to have simply ceased mid-thought. The preliminary medical assessment, conducted by the accompanying Alpine rescue physician, indicated a sudden, massive cerebral hemorrhage, a swift and painless end. But then, the projection. Clutched loosely in Dr. Finch's right hand was a small, perfectly smooth tablet, crafted from what appeared to be polished black obsidian. It was no larger than a deck of cards, yet it possessed an unnerving weight. It radiated no heat, produced no sound, and showed no discernible signs of power. Yet, from its surface, suspended in the air above it, shimmered a breathtaking, glowing construct. It was a three-dimensional shape, but one that continuously folded and unfolded upon itself, its faces and edges morphing, disappearing, and reappearing in patterns that defied Euclidean geometry. It was a kaleidoscope of impossible angles and non-linear movement, a silent, constantly evolving hypercube of light, mesmerizing and profoundly disorienting to behold. Inspector Werner Braun, a man known for his unflappable demeanor and reliance on empirical evidence, was flown in. He stared at the shimmering projection, a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes. The tablet, when carefully removed from Finch's hand, continued its impossible display, proving it was not a trick of light or a residual neural impression. Its surface was cold, dead to touch, yet the projection pulsed with an inner light, casting faint, colorful shadows on the pristine desk. Mathematicians and theoretical physicists from Zurich and Geneva were immediately consulted. They analyzed the geometry projected from the tablet, frantically scribbling notes, their faces a mixture of awe and profound frustration. The construct embodied principles of non-manifold geometry, impossible tessellations, and what one physicist nervously described as a glimpse into a true higher dimension rendered visible. The mathematical equations required to describe such a shape were beyond current human computation, let alone its stable, continuous manifestation. They couldn't explain how the tablet was generating it, or indeed, how the geometry could exist at all within our perceivable space. It seemed to defy the fundamental rules of the universe. Dr. Finch's extensive journals, filled with intricate equations and philosophical musings, offered tantalizing, yet ultimately inconclusive clues. He had been working on a grand unified geometry, a theory that posited the universe was built upon a hidden, constantly evolving set of higher dimensional mathematical structures that occasionally bled through into our reality. He had hypothesized about a hypergeometric compass, a theoretical device that could not only detect these structures but perhaps even interact with them. His final entries grew increasingly intense, speaking of the veil thinning and the pure form of existence. His last sentence, written in a steady hand, simply read, "It is here. I see it." Theories abounded. Had Dr. Finch, through his radical mathematical insights, inadvertently tapped into a dimension beyond our own, and the tablet was a byproduct, a receiver, or perhaps even a projector of this alien geometry? His peaceful death could be interpreted as a final, overwhelming moment of transcendent understanding, his mind simply unable to contain the sheer influx of such profound, unearthly knowledge. Or, more unsettlingly, could the tablet be an artifact of an unknown, possibly alien intelligence, its purpose to convey this impossible geometry, and Finch had simply been the first human mind capable of fully receiving and interpreting its message, albeit at the cost of his life. Despite exhaustive investigation, the origin and nature of the obsidian tablet and its impossible projection remained an enduring enigma. No power source was ever found within it, no components that could explain its function. The projected geometry continued its silent, mesmerizing dance, an eternal testament to a reality beyond human grasp. The tablet, its impossible shape still shimmering in the air, was eventually secured in a highly specialized, shielded vault, its secrets locked away. To this day, the case of Dr. Alastair Finch remains a profound mystery, a chilling testament to the boundaries of human knowledge, and a silent, luminous echo of a truth that perhaps was never meant to be seen. Deep within the vast, desolate stretches of the Nevada desert, far from any highway or human habitation, Leo Maxwell, a brilliant yet profoundly reclusive sound engineer obsessed with the most elusive frequencies of the universe, was found lifeless in his custom-built, soundproofed bunker. His life was a silent devotion to the unheard, a relentless pursuit of the resonant hum of existence itself. Yet, when his family finally breached the fortified entrance, they discovered him slumped peacefully over his recording console, high-end headphones still clamped to his ears, and the playback on his equipment broadcasting a pristine, multi-layered soundscape of something utterly alien. A complex, vast symphony of cosmic background radiation and the deep, resonant hum of dark matter, frequencies far beyond the theoretical capabilities of his equipment, or indeed human comprehension. What impossible sound had Leo Maxwell finally captured? And what silent, unimaginable truth did this unheard symphony reveal about his final, solitary moments? The desert wind whipped around the steel shell of Leo Maxwell's bunker, a formidable structure designed to eliminate every external tremor, every errant vibration, ensuring a purity of sound beyond measure. For 10 years, Leo had lived in this self-imposed exile, dedicating his life to custom-building instruments and sensors capable of detecting sounds imperceptible to the human ear, the faint whispers of distant galaxies, the subterranean rumbles of tectonic plates, even, as he often theorized, the inherent resonance of space-time itself. When his bi-monthly supply drop was left untouched for a week, his brother, Alex, a pragmatic city dweller, made the arduous journey out to the remote site, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach. The reinforced door, usually locked with a complex sequence, was slightly ajar, rattling faintly in the arid breeze. Inside, the air was cool and still, thick with the faint scent of ozone and the quiet hum of electronics. Leo sat at his massive, custom-built recording console, a sprawling array of knobs, dials, and blinking lights. His head was bowed, resting on his forearms, high-fidelity headphones still clamped over his ears. He appeared utterly at peace, as if he had simply drifted off to sleep while listening to his latest capture. The console's display glowed green, indicating an active playback. Alex carefully removed the headphones, half expecting silence, half expecting some profound, yet mundane recording. Instead, the small, studio-grade monitors clicked on, and a sound began to fill the room. It was unlike anything Alex had ever heard. It wasn't music, nor white noise, nor any recognizable natural sound. It was a vast, intricate tapestry of interlocking frequencies, some impossibly low, others piercingly high, yet all woven into a coherent, almost majestic pattern. There was a deep, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through the very floor, coupled with a delicate, crystalline shimmer, and an underlying rhythm so complex it felt simultaneously ancient and utterly new. It was a sound that seemed to stretch beyond the confines of the room, suggesting immense scale, colossal forces at play. It was the sound of something unimaginably large, impossibly distant, yet perfectly clear, as if captured just inches away. The medical examination confirmed Leo Maxwell's death was due to a sudden, massive intracranial hemorrhage, a rapid and peaceful end, occurring likely in the midst of his listening. There were no signs of struggle, no foul play, yet the sound remained. Detective Miller, a seasoned investigator, listened to the recording, his brow furrowed in bewildered disbelief. "What is that?" he muttered, his voice barely a whisper against the impossible symphony. Forensic audio engineers from a national research lab were brought in. Their findings were immediate and baffling. The recording equipment, though highly modified by Leo, was fundamentally standard. Yet, the audio file contained frequencies that extended far beyond the rated capabilities of the microphones, the analog-to-digital converters, and even the human auditory range. Some components of the sound registered as terahertz vibrations, others as infrasonic waves barely distinguishable from seismic activity. The resolution was flawless, utterly devoid of static or interference, despite the purported origin of some of the sounds from deep space. It was as if Leo had somehow bypassed the very laws of physics to capture this symphony of the void. Leo's journals, meticulous and dense with theoretical physics and acoustic engineering, spoke of his lifelong quest to hear the universe's breath, to record the faint echoes of the Big Bang, the gravitational waves of colliding black holes, or even the resonant frequency of dark energy. He had experimented with cryogenic cooling of sensors, custom-built resonance chambers, and theoretical signal processing algorithms that few other engineers understood. His notes contained complex equations and diagrams for devices he theorized could fold space to capture ambient waves from light years away. But nowhere was there a definitive statement of success, only tireless pursuit. Theories, both scientific and speculative, began to emerge around Detective Miller's desk. Had Leo, in his relentless pursuit, stumbled upon an entirely new form of energy or a previously unknown physical phenomenon that allowed him to transduce these impossible frequencies? Could the intense concentration, or perhaps even the sheer power of the frequencies he was listening to, have triggered the hemorrhage and overload on his delicate brain? The sheer complexity and non-human nature of the sound hinted at something truly alien, something beyond our current understanding of the cosmos. Another, more unsettling possibility suggested that the sound was not merely captured but transmitted to Leo. Was he a receiver, inadvertently tuning into a signal from an intelligence far beyond our own, a message delivered directly into his consciousness, which his equipment then merely transcribed? The peaceful look on his face, the sense of quiet fulfillment, implied not fear, but profound awe, as if he had finally achieved his life's singular purpose. Despite exhaustive investigation, no explanation for the source or nature of the unheard symphony was ever found. The sound file, too vast and complex for conventional analysis, was eventually archived in a secure facility, its playback capabilities restricted. To this day, the case of Leo Maxwell remains a profound enigma, a chilling testament to the boundary between silence and the unknown, and a mystery that continues to echo with the profound, silent truth of an impossible, alien music from the depths of the void. On a desolate, windswept island off the coast of Maine, the light in the old, solitary lighthouse went dark one frigid morning in January of 1947. When the Coast Guard finally managed to reach the isolated outpost through a raging blizzard, they found the lighthouse keeper, Silas Blackwood, slumped over his desk, a look of profound terror frozen on his face. Scattered around him were dozens of unsent letters, each addressed to various individuals, detailing strange, almost unbelievable encounters with an unseen presence that seemed to actively deter any attempts to leave the island. What terrifying secret had Silas Blackwood uncovered in his lonely vigil, and what urgent warning did he attempt to convey in those frantic, unmailed pleas before his silent, horrifying end? The storm had descended upon the Maine coast with a brutal, unexpected ferocity, trapping the small Coast Guard cutter in port for nearly 3 days. Lieutenant Peterson, a seasoned officer, watched the churning gray waves with growing unease. The light from Blackwood's Point Lighthouse, usually a steadfast beacon against the tempest, had inexplicably vanished during the worst of the blizzard. Silas Blackwood was a man of routine, meticulous, and utterly reliable. His weekly reports always arriving on time, his light never failing. His silence was profoundly unsettling. When the cutter finally broke through the treacherous swells and reached the rocky shores of Blackwood's Point, the scene was one of desolate beauty and profound stillness. The lighthouse stood stark against the snow-laden landscape, its beacon a dark, silent eye. The door to the keeper's dwelling was partially ajar, rattling faintly in the biting wind. Peterson and his men entered cautiously, their boots crunching on the frozen floorboards. The air inside was stale, heavy with the scent of lamp oil and an undeniable chill that seemed to emanate from something deeper than the cold outside. Silas Blackwood sat at his desk, his hand still gripping a pen, his body rigid, his eyes wide with an expression of stark, almost primal terror. He appeared to have died instantaneously, his heart seemingly stopped by an immense shock. His skin was pale, not from the cold, but from an underlying pallor that hinted at a profound, inner dread. Scattered across the desk and spilling onto the floor were dozens of envelopes, each addressed to different recipients, family members, old friends, even his former commanding officer from the war. None had been stamped, none had been sent. Peterson carefully gathered them. The contents, when read, sent a shiver down his spine that had nothing to do with the freezing air. The letters, dated over the past 2 weeks, detailed a chilling progression of events. Initially, Blackwood wrote of strange, unidentifiable noises echoing from the rock formations below the lighthouse. Sounds like a mournful wail, not of the wind, nor of the sea. Then came the inexplicable malfunctions. The lighthouse lamp, despite being meticulously maintained, would dim or flicker, sometimes going out entirely, only to reignite moments later, as if resisting some unseen force. He described shadows that moved just beyond the periphery of his vision, and the distinct feeling of being watched, even within the confines of his small, isolated home. More alarmingly, the letters spoke of repeated, thwarted attempts to leave the island. One letter detailed his small rowboat, securely lashed to the dock, being found adrift in the cove, its oars missing. Another described a thick, impenetrable fog that would roll in precisely when he intended to signal the mainland, isolating him further. He wrote of his radio consistently failing when he tried to send anything but routine reports, and how once the gears of the lighthouse mechanism had inexplicably seized up the moment he was about to prepare a coded distress signal. The entries grew increasingly desperate, shifting from logical observations to the frantic scribblings of a man confronting an impossible reality. "It doesn't want me to leave," one letter declared in shaky handwriting. "It knows when I try. It interferes." The Coast Guard investigation confirmed the bizarre malfunctions. The lighthouse mechanism, when inspected by engineers, showed no signs of mechanical failure or tampering. The radio, when tested on the mainland, worked perfectly. The rowboat had indeed been found adrift. The terrifying implication was that Silas Blackwood's experiences, as described in his frantic letters, were not the delusions of a lonely man, but a precise, horrifying reality. No footprints other than Blackwood's own were found in the fresh snow leading to the lighthouse. There were no signs of forced entry. The windows were latched. The island was small, uninhabited save for Blackwood, and meticulously searched by the Coast Guard. There was simply no one else there. You might wonder what entity could possibly exert such a precise, terrifying control over a man and his environment. Was it a natural phenomenon, a unique electromagnetic field that affected the machinery and the mind, appearing sentient in its effect? Or was it something else entirely, something beyond human comprehension? Some theories, whispered quietly, spoke of an ancient, sentient presence inhabiting the island, a guardian or a malevolent entity, disturbed by Blackwood's presence, or perhaps by what he was attempting to communicate. The letters themselves were a testament to a man driven to the brink by an unseen, relentless force. They were not paranoid ramblings, but detailed, precise accounts of interference, of a barrier. His terror, frozen on his face, was the final, undeniable proof of something that wanted him isolated, silenced, and ultimately stopped. To this day, the case of Silas Blackwood, the lighthouse keeper of Blackwood's Point, remains an unyielding mystery. The unsent letters, a chilling chronicle of an impossible siege, are now archived, a testament to a man who died not by the storm, but by the silent, terrifying presence that refused to let him tell his tale, leaving behind only the cold, stark echo of an unheard warning. It was a cold, blustery evening in October 1987 when the opulent Grand Hotel in Vienna, a landmark of old-world elegance, became the stage for a baffling disappearance. Mrs. Eleanor Vance, a wealthy American tourist known for her penchant for historical novels and antique jewelry, checked into Suite 408. She was seen by staff enjoying an evening meal in the hotel's renowned dining room, impeccably dressed and radiating an air of quiet contentment. Yet, by morning, Mrs. Vance had vanished, leaving behind all her belongings, including her passport, luggage, and a half-finished cup of tea on her bedside table. The room was undisturbed, the windows locked from the inside, and no trace of forced entry. How could a woman simply disappear from a locked hotel suite, leaving no note, no struggle, and no discernible exit? The hotel staff, accustomed to the comings and goings of the world's elite, initially thought Mrs. Vance had simply stepped out early. But as the hours passed, and her breakfast order went untouched, a growing unease settled over the concierge desk. Her personal items, including a considerable sum of Austrian shillings and her precious sapphire necklace, were still in the room's safe. It was an impossible scenario, a ghost-like vanishing act from a secured environment. Detective Inspector Klaus Richter, a veteran of Vienna's police force, was assigned the case. He was a man of logic and methodical inquiry, but the scene in Suite 408 defied all his training. The bed was neatly made, save for the indentation where Mrs. Vance had slept. Her evening gown lay draped over a chair, ready for pressing. On the nightstand, beside the cooling tea, was an open copy of a historical novel and her reading glasses. It was as if she had simply paused her evening routine and then ceased to exist. The hotel itself was a labyrinth of grand hallways and hidden service passages, But every exit point, every staff entrance, was meticulously logged and monitored. Richter's team interviewed every member of staff who had been on duty, every guest on the fourth floor, and even the street vendors outside. No one recalled seeing Mrs. Vance leave, nor did they see anyone suspicious enter or exit the hotel during the late hours of the night or early morning. The hotel's security log showed no alarms, no unusual movements. It was a vacuum of information. The complete absence of a struggle was particularly vexing. There were no overturned lamps, no broken vases, no signs of a forced abduction. If she had been taken, it was by someone she trusted implicitly, or by someone with an almost supernatural ability to bypass locks and security. But what about the locked windows and the undisturbed room? Consider the meticulous nature of the disappearance. All her personal effects were left behind, suggesting not a planned departure, but a sudden, unexpected removal. This ruled out a voluntary disappearance, unless Mrs. Vance was enacting some elaborate, premeditated scheme, which seemed entirely out of character for a woman of her seemingly uncomplicated life. Her family, contacted in America, were as bewildered as the police. They reported no family feuds, no secret enemies, no financial troubles that might prompt such a drastic act. As the investigation continued, a curious, almost trivial detail emerged from the maid's recollection. The maid, who had tidied Suite 408 earlier on the day of Mrs. Vance's disappearance, noticed a small, antique silver locket on the bedside table. Mrs. Vance had been wearing it earlier that day. When police searched the room after the disappearance, the locket was nowhere to be found. It was the only item missing from the suite. Was it an insignificant personal item, or a crucial clue smuggled out by an unseen perpetrator? So why just the locket, and why leave everything else? Another strange report came from a night porter. Around 3 a.m., he had been walking the fourth-floor corridor and distinctly remembered hearing the faint, melodious strains of a waltz coming from Suite 408. He initially dismissed it as a guest playing music, but then recalled that the music was unusually quiet, almost like a music box, and seemed to emanate directly from within the closed suite, fading quickly. He had thought nothing of it at the time, but in hindsight it felt chillingly out of place. Could Mrs. Vance have been with someone, dancing, in the dead of night? So where was this person now? And why would they leave her belongings behind, only taking her and a locket? The theories ranged from the mundane to the bizarre. Could she have been a victim of an elaborate, highly professional kidnapping, executed with unparalleled precision? But the lack of a ransom note or any demands made this unlikely. Was there a secret passage, known only to a select few, that allowed for such a silent exit? The hotel's blueprints showed no such hidden routes. Some whispered of a spontaneous combustion, a notion quickly dismissed by Richter, but highlighting the desperation for an explanation. Others wondered if a secret rendezvous had gone terribly wrong, and the accomplice had meticulously cleaned the scene. But the meticulousness itself seemed to point away from frantic cover-up and towards a cold, calculated vanishing act. The case of Eleanor Vance, the American tourist who disappeared from a locked room in Vienna's Grand Hotel, became a persistent urban legend, a chilling tale of an inexplicable void. Her family eventually offered a reward, but no credible information ever surfaced. The locket was never found. The phantom waltz remained an unconfirmed whisper. To this day, Suite 408 is occasionally requested by guests fascinated by the story, hoping to sense the lingering presence of the elegant Mrs. Vance, who walked into a luxurious hotel suite one evening and, by morning, had become nothing more than a ghost, leaving behind a perfectly composed room and an utterly confounding mystery. The room at the Grand Hotel, number 304, appeared untouched, a pristine tableau of an expected departure. The bed was made with crisp hospital corners, the evening newspaper folded neatly on the bedside table, and a small leather valise sat beside the wardrobe. Yet, the man who had occupied it for 3 days was gone. Not a trace of him exiting the building on any of the hotel's logs or through its vigilant, if somewhat aging, staff. What became of the quiet guest who vanished from his locked room, leaving behind only the ghost of his presence and an unsettling silence? It was a Tuesday morning in October of 1957, in a quiet, rain-kissed city nestled in the heart of Belgium. The air carried the scent of damp cobblestones and the faint aroma of freshly baked bread from a nearby pâtisserie. Marie Dubois, the hotel's most meticulous chambermaid, paused outside room 304, her knuckles hovering near the polished oak. Mr. Henri Dubois, as he had signed the register, was due to check out that morning. There had been no answer to her earlier knock, a soft, polite tap that usually prompted a rustle within. Today, only stillness. She unlocked the door with her master key, the mechanism clicking with a familiar, mechanical sigh, and stepped inside. The scene that greeted her was one of profound ordinariness, which, in its very perfection, became extraordinary. The curtains were drawn back just so, allowing a gentle autumn light to filter in. The ashtray on the writing desk was clean, the single, unsmoked cigarette still resting in its groove. A worn but neatly pressed suit jacket hung on a hanger within the open wardrobe, and a pair of polished, black shoes stood beneath it. The small valise, as noted, was there. Nothing seemed amiss, nothing stolen, nothing disturbed. No note, no hurried mess, no sign of anything untoward. It was as if Mr. Dubois had simply ceased to be, dissolving into the very air of the room, leaving his mundane possessions as a silent, perplexing monument. Marie, a woman accustomed to the subtle disarray left by travelers, felt a prickle of unease. This was too neat, too quiet. She called down to the front desk. Monsieur Dubois from 304. He seems to have left without checking out. The receptionist, a stout woman named Madame Leclerc, checked her ledger. But he hasn't returned his key, Marie, and no one saw him go. Within the hour, the local police were involved. Inspector Laurent, a man with tired eyes and a mind like a steel trap, surveyed the room. Every detail was noted, every surface examined. The windows, thick panes of glass, were latched securely from the inside, their old-fashioned mechanisms undisturbed. The door, when Marie had found it, was locked from the inside. There was no secret passage, no hidden compartment, no chimney wide enough for a person. The room was a box, seemingly sealed, and its contents bore no witness to an impossible exit. Did anyone see him after he returned last night? Laurent asked Madame Leclerc, his voice calm, almost meditative. Madame Leclerc recounted Mr. Dubois's arrival 3 days prior. He had paid cash, a common enough practice then. He was a man of average height, unremarkable features, a gray man, as she described him, the kind you would instantly forget once he turned away. He had spoken little, requested no services, taken his meals outside the hotel. No one had noticed him leave his room after dinner on Monday night. No one had noticed him at all, in fact, since he had taken the stairs to the 3rd floor. The police broadened their inquiry, interviewing every guest and staff member. Not a single person recalled seeing Mr. Dubois exit the hotel that Tuesday morning, nor had anyone seen him since Monday evening. The name Henri Dubois turned out to be a dead end. No such person existed in the National Registry with the description provided, nor was there any record of him entering the country via official channels. The few items in his valise, a spare shirt, a shaving kit, a well-worn copy of a French novel, offered no clues. No wallet, no identifying papers, no travel tickets. The suit in the wardrobe had no tailor's label. The shoes were mass-produced. Even the unsmoked cigarette in the ashtray was a common brand. Weeks turned into months, the initial flurry of investigation gradually subsiding into a quiet, baffling persistence. The case of the vanishing man of room 304 became a whisper among the local police, a file pushed to the back of a cabinet, yet never truly closed. The room itself, after being meticulously processed, was eventually cleaned and rented again, but a faint air of the inexplicable seemed to cling to it, a ghost of an impossible departure. You might wonder, could he have simply walked out unnoticed? Perhaps, but the hotel was small, its comings and goings typically observed, especially by Madame Leclerc's watchful eye. Could he have had an accomplice? Possible, but how could someone exit a locked room from the inside without leaving a trace? The more one considered the possibilities, the more confounding the puzzle became. To this day, the true identity of Mr. Henri Dubois and the method of his impossible exit from room 304 remains one of the Grand Hotel's most persistent and enduring mysteries. The quiet man who left no footprints, no identity, and no explanation simply evaporated, leaving behind only the echo of an unsolved question in the undisturbed calm of a hotel room. In the quiet, book-lined study of Arthur Finch, a meticulous architect renowned for his intricate designs, a single, antique music box played a haunting, unfamiliar tune. It was an elegant piece, crafted from dark wood and silver, yet it was utterly out of place amidst the architect's usual austere surroundings. Finch himself sat at his grand oak desk, his head resting gently on an open ledger, motionless. On the desk beside him lay a peculiar, hand-drawn star chart, depicting constellations as they would appear not in 1974, but decades into the future, annotated with strange, indecipherable symbols. Was this brilliant, reclusive mind driven to a lonely end by a secret only he understood? Or did his unique obsession lead him to an encounter that cost him his life and left behind an unsolvable riddle? It was a chilly Monday morning in October 1974, the kind of day in London where the sky hung low and gray, promising rain. Mrs. Gable, Arthur Finch's long-standing housekeeper, arrived at precisely 8 o'clock, as she had for 15 years. The imposing, terraced house in Kensington, itself a testament to Finch's precise, almost obsessive architectural vision, felt unusually still. She found the front door unlocked, a minor deviation from Mr. Finch's usual fastidiousness, but perhaps he had simply forgotten. As she moved through the hushed halls, the faint, repetitive melody of a music box drifted from the study, a sound she had never heard in the house before. Her heart gave a small, nervous flutter as she entered the study. Arthur Finch, always so precise, so contained, sat slumped at his desk. His spectacles had slipped to the end of his nose, and the ledger beneath his head was open to a blank page. The air was still, heavy with the scent of old paper and dust, and the strangely beautiful, melancholic tune continued its quiet, tireless loop. Mrs. Gable, a woman of practical sensibilities, initially assumed he had merely fallen asleep, perhaps overworked. But as she approached, the unnatural stillness, the very posture of his repose, sent a shiver down her spine. He was utterly cold. Detective Inspector Alistair Davies, a man whose career had taught him to trust the peculiar more than the obvious, arrived within the hour. The scene was oddly composed, almost artistic in its unsettling quietude. There were no signs of forced entry, no struggle, no overturned furniture. The room was undisturbed, immaculate save for the silent architect and the bizarre music box, which Davies noted, continued to play its ethereal, looping melody, a strange counterpoint to the grim discovery. He picked it up carefully. It felt strangely weighty for its size, and there were no distinguishing marks, no maker's name, nothing to trace its origin. The star chart was the next enigma. Hand-drawn with astonishing precision, its lines and points formed familiar constellations. Yet, a quick comparison with an astronomical almanac revealed a profound discrepancy. This map, it's not today's sky, Inspector, a junior officer who had a passing interest in amateur astronomy, observed. These positions, if my memory serves, are for, well, years from now, decades even. Look at the alignment of Orion and that distant cluster near Cygnus. Impossible for a 1974 sky. Finch, a man known for his near-photographic memory and an interest in esoteric mathematics, had seemingly charted the future heavens. Cryptic symbols were scrawled in the margins, like a language only he understood, perhaps a personal shorthand for complex calculations or deeply private thoughts. Dr. Eleanor Vance, the pathologist, provided the initial findings. No obvious cause of death. No signs of struggle, no poison in the system, no visible trauma. It was as if he had simply stopped. But a more detailed autopsy revealed a minuscule, almost imperceptible puncture mark on the back of his neck, consistent with a very fine needle. It suggested a swift, professional delivery of a fast-acting, untraceable toxin that left no metabolic trace. An assassination, then? But why Arthur Finch, the quiet, reclusive architect? The investigation into Finch's life proved as elusive as the method of his death. He was a solitary figure. No known enemies. No family beyond a distant cousin he hadn't seen in years. No recent financial woes. His clients respected his genius, but few claimed to truly know him. He lived for his designs, each structure a complex puzzle, a testament to his unique intellect. Had he, in his singular pursuit of architectural perfection or perhaps some other, more abstract form of knowledge, stumbled upon something dangerous? Experts were consulted. The music box was a masterpiece of clockwork, its melody unique, seemingly unrecorded anywhere. The star chart, when analyzed by professional astronomers, confirmed the startling precision of its future projections. Was it a code? A map to a hidden location revealed only at a certain future celestial alignment? Or was it an intellectual game, a final, elaborate riddle left by a dying genius? One theory, whispered quietly among the investigating team, suggested Finch had been involved with a clandestine organization, perhaps one dealing with highly sensitive scientific or historical secrets. His intellect, his precision, his reclusive nature, all could have made him a valuable asset, or a dangerous liability if he sought to reveal what he knew. The music box could be a trigger, the star chart a key, a message for those who understood. To this day, the case of Arthur Finch remains a profound enigma. The music box eventually wound down, its unsettling melody silenced forever, tucked away in an evidence locker. The future star chart now resides in a police archive, its intricate lines a silent testament to a brilliant mind and an impossible death. The architect of whispers took his secrets with him, leaving behind only the ghost of a tune and a map to a sky that has yet to arrive. In a nondescript motel room just off Highway 17 in upstate New York, a man registered as John Smith was found slumped on the floor, seemingly succumbing to a sudden, fatal heart attack. The initial assessment was straightforward, a common tragedy in a transient world. But upon closer inspection, every single item in his possession, from his clothes to his driver's license, even his brand new suitcase, bore the unnerving mark of being purchased days, perhaps mere hours, before his death, utterly devoid of wear, personal history, or the slightest hint of a past life. Who was this man who had seemingly acquired an entire new identity and a fresh set of belongings only to die so suddenly? And what silent chronicle did the pristine state of his possessions tell about his final anonymous days? It was a chilly, overcast morning in October of 1978. Agnes Miller, the proprietor of the Maple Leaf Motel, a small, faded establishment with a perpetually half-empty parking lot. Noticed the blinds in room 7 were still drawn long past checkout time. Mr. Smith, a quiet man of average height and unremarkable features, had checked in 2 nights prior, paid cash, and kept to himself. Agnes, a woman with a natural suspicion born of decades in the motel business, thought little of it at first, but when her polite knocks yielded no response, and the distinctive scent of decay began to subtly permeate the air, a cold dread began to settle in. She used her master key, the lock clicking open with a familiar, mournful sound, and pushed the door inward. The room was neat, almost unnervingly so. A few crumpled, unread newspapers lay on the small table. A half-eaten bag of potato chips sat beside the television remote. And there, beside the bed, Mr. Smith lay motionless on the carpet, his eyes staring vacantly at the patterned ceiling. He appeared to have fallen quickly, without struggle. Sheriff Brody, a burly man whose years in law enforcement had made him wary of assumptions, arrived quickly. The initial assessment, supported by the county medical examiner, pointed to a sudden cardiac arrest. No signs of foul play, no struggle, no apparent external injuries. It seemed to be a simple, if tragic, natural death. But as Brody began the routine inventory of the deceased's belongings, the case took an immediate, perplexing turn. The wallet, found in Mr. Smith's trouser pocket, was brand new. Its leather supple, uncreased, with no worn edges. Inside, crisp, newly issued $20 bills lay beside a pristine driver's license bearing the name John Smith and an address in Sacramento, California. The photo, a slightly blurry image of the deceased, was unremarkable. A closer look, however, revealed the license had been issued only 3 days prior. Tucked behind it was a freshly activated credit card, also bearing the name John Smith, issued by a California bank just a week before. Brody moved to the small, dark blue suitcase on the luggage rack. It too was brand new, the zippers still stiff, the plastic protective film clinging to its metal feet. Inside, every single item of clothing was folded with the neatness of freshly purchased goods. 3 shirts, 2 pairs of trousers, a jacket, socks, and underwear, all still bearing faint creases from their packaging. Not a single thread showed wear. The toiletries in the bathroom were all unopened. A fresh tube of toothpaste, an untouched bar of soap, a new comb still in its plastic sleeve. There was no personal touch, no worn photograph, no well-loved book, no old letters, no scuffed shoes. It was an entire life purchased wholesale, without a single item bearing the mark of prior use or personal history. It's like he just went shopping for an entire new life, Sheriff Brody remarked to his deputy, his voice tinged with a bewildered curiosity. The California address on the driver's license turned out to be an empty lot where a building had been demolished years ago. The phone number provided for the new credit card led to a disconnected line. The bank account, opened only days before, contained a modest sum, but its origins were untraceable, a clean, untraceable deposit of cash. The fingerprints, carefully lifted from the water glass and the door handle, were run through local, state, and national databases. No match. John Smith simply did not exist before his driver's license was issued. He was, to the official record, a man born just days before his death. The car, a modest Ford sedan, was a rental, picked up from a depot in Albany, also under the name John Smith, just 5 days prior. The rental agency provided a copy of the rental agreement, which matched the brand new driver's license. The clerk, when interviewed, remembered Mr. Smith as polite but quiet, nothing out of the ordinary, just another traveler. The investigation extended to California, where the license and credit card were issued. Both were legitimate documents, but they were tied to a fraudulent past. Someone had skillfully, meticulously fabricated a new identity, complete with a fresh financial footprint. The question became, why? Was he running from a serious crime, disappearing from an old life to escape justice? Or was he trying to escape a more personal tragedy, a life he simply wished to leave behind, seeking a quiet, anonymous existence? The sheer thoroughness of the erasure, the complete lack of any prior trace, was unsettling. You might wonder, could he have been a spy, meticulously shedding an old identity for a new mission? Or perhaps a victim of identity theft, forced to take on a new life after his own was stolen? Yet, the quiet nature of his death, the absence of any struggle or violence, seemed to argue against a cloak and dagger scenario. It felt more like a desperate, quiet act of reinvention. Despite every effort, the true identity of the man in room 7 of the Maple Leaf Motel remained a cipher. No one claimed his body. No missing persons report matched his description. The pristine contents of his suitcase, the unblemished credit card, the newly minted driver's license, they formed the poignant inventory of a ghost. To this day, the man who called himself John Smith remains a profound enigma, a stranger who died with no past, leaving behind only the unsettling silence of a perfectly blank slate. In a secluded, state-of-the-art sleep research facility, hidden deep within the desolate peaks of the Sierra Nevada, Dr. Eris Thorne, a brilliant yet profoundly reclusive neuroscientist dedicated to charting the uncharted landscapes of consciousness, was found lifeless in his sleep chamber. He lay peaceful, electrodes still meticulously attached, his vital signs indicating a sudden, silent demise. Yet, clutched in his hand was not a medical instrument or a research note, but a perfectly smooth, jet-black stone, impossibly dense, that, when touched, induced a profound, vivid, and shared vision of an impossible alien world. What impossible landscape had Dr. Thorne finally reached? And what silent, luminous truth did this otherworldly object reveal about his final, tranquil moments? It was a stark, windswept morning in July of 2017 when the automated systems of the Prometheus Sleep Lab, Dr. Thorne's isolated mountain redoubt, finally triggered an alert. The bi-weekly delivery drone, its cargo untouched, had broadcast an anomaly to the university's central server. Dr. Eris Thorne was a man of intense discipline, his life an unwavering pursuit of the mysteries of the dreaming mind. His silence was profoundly uncharacteristic. Dr. Lena Meyer, Thorne's sole remote colleague and the only person with access codes, initiated a drone-assisted entry sequence, her stomach tightening with dread. Inside, the lab was a cathedral of quiet hums and soft, blinking lights. Thorne's personal sleep chamber, a hermetically sealed pod designed for ultimate sensory deprivation, was open. Dr. Thorne lay on the specialized bed, his body perfectly still, the intricate web of EEG leads and biometric sensors still affixed to his head and chest. He appeared to have died peacefully in his sleep, his face serene, a faint smile playing on his lips. The preliminary data from his monitors, accessed remotely, indicated a sudden, massive neural event, a cascade failure in the brainstem, instantaneous and painless. But then Lena noticed it, clutched impossibly in his right hand, nestled firmly against his palm, was a perfectly smooth, jet-black stone. It was an oval, about the size of a pigeon's egg, and possessed an unnerving density, far heavier than its size suggested. Its surface, polished to a mirror-like sheen, absorbed all light, appearing as a pure void. And as Lena, with a sense of both awe and trepidation, gently pried it from his grip, she felt a strange, almost imperceptible warmth emanating from its surface, a subtle, rhythmic pulse that seemed to thrum against her skin. Detective Sergeant Elias Kahn, a pragmatic man from the Regional Sheriff's Department, arrived hours later, helicoptered in through the mountain passes. The scene was baffling. No forced entry, no signs of struggle, no obvious foul play. Thorn's death was natural, yet the object in his hand was anything but. Khan carefully took the stone, and as his bare thumb brushed its surface, a sudden, blinding rush of imagery flooded his mind. He saw a landscape of impossible, crystalline trees, their branches shimmering with internal light beneath a sky of swirling, iridescent nebulae. Figures moved in the distance, forms that were simultaneously human and utterly alien, their movements fluid and graceful. The vision lasted only a fraction of a second, but it was vivid, coherent, and profoundly disorienting. He nearly dropped the stone. The black stone became the focus of the investigation. When other team members, forensic experts, and later consulting neuroscientists touched it, they reported similar, yet strangely unified, experiences. Each person described a brief, vivid vision of the same alien landscape, the same crystalline trees, the same shimmering sky, the same moving figures. It wasn't a subjective dream based on personal memories, but a coherent, shared, external vision. The stone, when analyzed, revealed no discernible internal mechanism, no power source, no exotic materials. It was pure, unadulterated obsidian, yet its properties defied every known law of physics and neurology. Its density remained inexplicable, its warmth inexplicable, and its ability to induce shared visions utterly beyond comprehension. Dr. Thorne's life, as chronicled in his meticulous journals, offered tantalizing clues. He had been obsessed with the concept of a collective unconscious and the possibility of shared dream spaces. His most recent entries spoke of experiments with resonant frequencies and proto-consciousness fields, hinting at a breakthrough involving a unique, naturally occurring geode he had acquired from an anonymous source months prior. He believed it was a neural conduit, a key to unlocking a universal dream state. His notes grew increasingly theoretical, moving from traditional neuroscience to esoteric philosophy, and finally, to almost poetic descriptions of the grand tapestry of shared perception. He seemed on the verge of proving something truly revolutionary. Theories multiplied. Was the stone an artifact from an ancient, forgotten civilization that had mastered mental projection and collective consciousness? Or perhaps an alien device, its purpose unknown, that had landed on Earth and was only now activated by Thorne's pioneering research? Could Thorne himself have engineered a way to connect with such a phenomenon, and his death was simply the final, peaceful merging of his consciousness with this grand, shared reality? The serenity on his face suggested not a violent end, but a quiet transcendence, a final step into the very landscape he had sought to understand. His death might have been the ultimate success. Despite exhaustive investigation, no origin for the onyx dreamstone was ever found, nor was any conventional explanation for its properties. The stone, still pulsing with its faint, rhythmic warmth and capable of inducing coherent, alien visions, was eventually stored in a specialized, shielded vault, its secrets locked away. To this day, the case of Dr. Eris Thorne remains a profound enigma, a chilling testament to the boundary between waking and dreaming, and a mystery that continues to resonate with the echoes of an impossible, shared, and utterly alien world. In the ancient, mist-shrouded heart of Eldoria Forest, a vast, primeval wilderness tucked away in the Pacific Northwest, Dr. Evelyn Reed, a reclusive botanist whose life was a quiet devotion to the planet's unseen flora, was found lifeless in her hidden cabin. Her meticulous journals lay open, filled with detailed sketches of known species, but beside her, on a scarred wooden table, lay a single, impossibly vibrant flower, its petals pulsating with an ethereal, internal light unlike any known to science. What impossible botanical secret had Dr. Reed discovered in her solitary vigil? And what silent, luminous truth did this alien bloom reveal about her final, profound moments? It was a crisp, clear morning in September of 2012 when rangers on a routine patrol stumbled upon the overgrown path leading to Dr. Reed's cabin. For years, Evelyn Reed had been a quiet legend among the scientific community, her groundbreaking discoveries often made from the solitude of her self-imposed exile deep within the protected forest. When her biannual supply drop was returned, untouched, and her weekly check-in call went unanswered for 3 consecutive weeks, a sense of foreboding settled over the rangers. The cabin, a small, meticulously organized haven amidst the wild, felt unnaturally silent. Its single door was latched from the inside, its windows sealed. Forensic technician Mark Jenkins, accustomed to the silence of the forest, entered the cabin cautiously. The air inside was cool, carrying the faint, sweet scent of damp earth and something else, something subtly floral and utterly unique. Dr. Reed sat at her heavy oak desk, her head resting gently on an open journal. A look of profound wonder etched onto her face, as if she had simply drifted off in the midst of a beautiful dream. An open thermos of tea stood beside her, still emitting a faint wisp of steam, defying the cold. She had died, as the later autopsy confirmed, of a sudden, severe cerebral hemorrhage, a quiet, instantaneous end. But then Mark saw it. Next to her hand, on a small, polished slate, lay a single flower. It was exquisite, perhaps 6 inches across, with intricate, overlapping petals of a deep, velvety violet. Yet, the most striking feature was its inner luminescence. A soft, rhythmic blue light pulsed from the very heart of the bloom, illuminating the desktop with an otherworldly glow. It was unlike any flower he, or indeed any botanist consulted, had ever seen. There were no stamens, no pistils, no visible means of reproduction. Simply glowed. Detective Inspector Lena Hansen, a seasoned investigator from the Regional Bureau, quickly arrived. The cabin was a testament to Dr. Reed's methodical life. Shelves were lined with neatly cataloged specimens, geological samples, and her countless journals. The journal beneath Dr. Reed's head was open to a meticulously detailed drawing of the very flower now glowing beside her. The drawing was labeled simply, "The Bloom Lumen Ignis." Her final entry, dated the day of her death, was written in a steady hand, bordering on ecstatic. After years of whispers, of chasing the impossible, it has revealed itself. The light, it is more than I ever imagined. A true singularity. The entry ended abruptly mid-sentence, almost as if she had been interrupted by the very phenomenon she was describing. The luminescent flower became the central enigma. Botanists from around the world were consulted. They confirmed that its cellular structure, while plant-like, was entirely unique, defying classification into any known family, genus, or species. Its luminescence was not bioluminescence, but an intrinsic cold light, a phenomenon that could not be explained by any known chemical or biological process. It felt cool to the touch, and its faint, sweet aroma was subtly intoxicating, yet harmless. Its origins were completely untraceable. No similar flora had ever been documented in Eldoria Forest or anywhere else on Earth. Inspector Hansen's investigation into Dr. Reed's life offered few answers. She was utterly devoted to her work, a solitary figure with no known enemies, no financial woes, and no family. Her correspondence consisted mostly of academic papers and occasional supply orders. She had spent decades exploring the most remote corners of Eldoria Forest, convinced that the ancient, untouched ecosystem held secrets yet to be unveiled. Her notes hinted at folklore surrounding spirit lights deep within the forest and ancient tales of plants that could grant visions or transcend physical laws. Theories began to emerge, ranging from the scientific to the speculative. Could Dr. Reed have discovered a truly alien plant, perhaps a spore carried to Earth by a meteorite and found only in this unique, isolated ecosystem? The sudden, fatal cerebral hemorrhage could be an extreme physiological reaction to prolonged exposure to the flower's unique properties, perhaps a form of energetic overload, or even a subtle, unknown toxin. Another, more mystical possibility suggested that the flower was not merely a plant, but a manifestation of the forest itself, a sentient entity that chose to reveal itself to Dr. Reed at the culmination of her life's work. The serene look on her face, her final, unfinished entry speaking of singularity, hinted at a profound, almost spiritual encounter, a moment of ultimate understanding that perhaps transcended the physical realm. Her death, in this context, was not a tragedy, but a final, peaceful transition. Despite extensive searches of the surrounding forest, no other lumen ignis blooms were ever found. The cabin held no other clues to its origin. The glowing flower, its soft light still pulsating, was eventually placed in a specialized, darkened vault, its unique properties continuing to baffle scientists. To this day, the case of Dr. Evelyn Reed and the luminescent bloom remains a profound enigma, a silent, glowing testament to the possibility of the impossible, and a mystery that continues to illuminate the hidden depths of Eldoria Forest. On a stormy night in March of 2001, a small, battered fishing vessel, the Sea Witch, washed ashore near the coastal village of Port Isaac, Cornwall, its hull stove in, its sails shredded, and its lone occupant, a reclusive cartographer named Elias Thorne, found dead in the cabin, seemingly of natural causes. Yet, clutched in his hand was not a sextant or a logbook, but a meticulously hand-drawn map depicting an island that did not exist on any nautical chart, its shores dotted with impossible landmarks and strange, glowing symbols. What compelled Thorne to chart a phantom land? And did this pursuit lead him to a knowledge so profound or so dangerous that it became his final, silent companion in death? The gale had raged for 2 days, battering the rugged Cornish coast with relentless fury. Local fishermen, accustomed to the sea's wrath, had watched the storm with grim faces, knowing that some might not return. When the Sea Witch, Elias Thorne's boat, was spotted grounded on the rocks at first light, a wave of foreboding swept through Port Isaac. Thorne was an enigma, a man who had arrived in the village 5 years prior, purchased the Sea Witch, and spent his days charting the obscure, often perilous coastal waters, driven by a quiet, almost obsessive, scholarly pursuit. He was known for his vast collection of antique maps and his singular focus on overlooked maritime histories. The Coast Guard and local authorities reached the Sea Witch quickly, scaling the slippery rocks to reach the listing vessel. Elias Thorne was found in his small cabin, slumped over a chart table, a look of serene contentment on his face. There were no signs of struggle, no obvious injuries. The cabin, despite the chaos outside, was remarkably intact. His death was attributed to a sudden heart attack, likely brought on by the stress of the storm. It was a tragic, but not entirely unexpected, end for a solitary man battling the elements. But then the map, clutched tightly in his lifeless hand, was a map, carefully drawn on thick, aged parchment. It wasn't a chart of the Cornish coast, nor of any known Atlantic shipping lane. It depicted an island roughly oval in shape, adorned with incredibly detailed topographical features. Towering, impossibly sharp peaks, deeply carved fjords, and a network of winding rivers. Along its coastline, marked with astonishing precision, were strange landmarks. A monolithic stone archway emitting a faint glow, a forest of trees unlike any known species, and a series of geometric structures that resembled no human architecture. Intricate, luminous symbols, resembling neither compass roses nor navigational markers, were dotted across its surface, pulsating with a faint, almost ethereal blue light. Detective Inspector Eleanor Vance, a woman known for her keen intellect and refusal to dismiss the unusual, took charge of the scene. The Sea Witch was thoroughly searched. Her logbooks, filled with precise astronomical calculations and tidal observations, confirmed Thorne's rigorous, almost obsessive, charting habits. But there was no mention of this phantom island. His other maps, a collection of historical charts and obscure hydrographic surveys, provided no precursor to this strange creation. The map was immediately sent to cartographic experts and naval intelligence. Their findings were unanimous and baffling. The island did not exist. There was no landmass in the Atlantic, or indeed anywhere else, that matched the precise coordinates and topographical details Elias Thorne had so painstakingly rendered. The strange symbols, when analyzed, revealed no discernible pattern or code based on known human languages or mathematical systems. They seemed to be an intrinsic part of the island itself, radiating a light that, though only drawn, felt strangely real. Inspector Vance interviewed the few people in Port Isaac who knew Thorne. They described him as a quiet, intensely focused man, consumed by his maps and old maritime lore. He had spoken occasionally of undiscovered waters and the whispers of the deep, but these had been dismissed as the poetic musings of an eccentric scholar. He had no known family, no close friends. He bought supplies, worked on his boat, and occasionally took long, solitary voyages. Could the map be a sophisticated forgery, a fantastical work of fiction created by Thorne? While his artistic skill was evident, the precision of the topographical detail, the complex interplay of features, and the internal consistency of the symbols suggested something far beyond mere imagination. It felt real, even if the island itself was not. One intriguing theory emerged. Thorne might have been pursuing a long-lost legend, perhaps a hidden island known only to ancient mariners or obscure cults. The glowing archway, the unique flora, the enigmatic symbols, they hinted at something ancient, possibly mystical. Had Thorne, through his meticulous research of forgotten texts and whispered folklore, discovered the theoretical location of such a place and spent his final voyage attempting to find it? The Sea Witch's damaged hull and shredded sails spoke of a desperate struggle against the storm, perhaps a final, futile push towards an impossible destination. Another, more unsettling, possibility suggested that Thorne had indeed found something. Not necessarily a physical island, but perhaps an anomaly, a temporal or spatial distortion at sea, which manifested as the phantom island in his mind. The map, then, was not a chart of a physical place, but a record of an experience beyond human comprehension, an encounter that perhaps overwhelmed him. His serene death could be interpreted as the peace of a man who had finally seen what he sought, or perhaps what he was never meant to see. To this day, the map of the unseen island remains a profound mystery, carefully preserved in a file in the Cornish police archives. The Sea Witch was eventually salvaged and sold, but the legend of Elias Thorne, the cartographer who charted a phantom land, endures in Port Isaac, a testament to a man whose final journey led him to an impossible destination and a knowledge that he took with him into the deep, silent sea. On a biting March morning in 1998, high on the sheer, unforgiving granite face of the Isle of Skye's legendary Store Cliffs, a local shepherd, tending his flock, made a discovery that defied both logic and the very laws of gravity. Wedged precariously in a narrow crevice, hundreds of feet above the crashing North Atlantic, was the body of a man, clad in unremarkable street clothes, with no climbing gear, no ropes, and no discernible path to his impossible perch. How did this seemingly ordinary individual reach such an inaccessible and perilous location? And what was the unsettling significance of the ancient, intricately carved compass he clutched tightly in his lifeless, gloved hand? The air tasted of salt and peat smoke, thick with the promise of rain, as old Ewan McGregor guided his sheep along the treacherous cliff paths. His gaze, accustomed to scanning the formidable landscape for stray lambs, snagged on an anomaly high above the churning sea. A patch of dark fabric, an unnatural interruption in the gray-green rock. With a shiver that had nothing to do with the wind, he focused his binoculars. It was a man, his body twisted awkwardly, seemingly trapped in the very stone of the cliff itself, a haunting silhouette against the vast sky. The recovery was a grim and arduous task, demanding the expertise of the local mountain rescue team, accustomed to the raw power of the Scottish wilderness. Even for them, it was a feat of daring and skill. Sergeant Morag Fraser, a local officer with a deep respect for the unforgiving nature of the island, watched from below as the specialized climbers ascended, their movements slow and deliberate against the daunting height. When the body was finally brought down, carefully packaged and secured, it presented an immediate and profound mystery. The man was middle-aged, with salt and pepper hair and a neatly trimmed beard. He was dressed in a simple tweed jacket, a sweater, and sturdy walking shoes, the kind of attire one might wear for a casual stroll, certainly not for scaling a vertical rock face. There were no abrasions on his hands, no tears in his clothing that would suggest a desperate climb or a long fall, no rope burns, no telltale chalk dust. His pockets were empty of any identification, save for a few crumpled British pounds and a small, worn handkerchief. He was, in essence, a ghost in civilian clothes. The most peculiar detail was what he held. Clutched tightly in his right hand, nestled in the palm of his gloved hand, was a compass. Not a modern, plastic hiking compass, but an ornate, ancient-looking brass instrument, its surface etched with swirling patterns and symbols that seemed archaic. Its needle, however, did not point north. It spun erratically when disturbed, then settled, not on a cardinal direction, but seemingly at random, perhaps pointing to some unseen, unknown force. It felt heavier than it should, and strangely cold to the touch. Dr. Alistair McLean, the regional pathologist, confirmed the cause of death as a combination of blunt force trauma and hypothermia, consistent with falling from a great height and subsequent exposure to the elements. However, McLean could offer no explanation for how the man had reached his impossible resting place. No indication of a climb, he reported to Sergeant Fraser, his voice tinged with perplexity. No signs he was thrown either. It's as if he simply appeared there. The police investigation was a frustrating exercise in chasing shadows. No one on the island recognized the man. Local hotels and hostels had no record of anyone matching his description. Missing persons databases across the UK and Europe yielded no matches. His fingerprints, run through every available system, came back blank. He was a man with no past, no name, and no connection to anyone. The compass was sent to experts. Antique dealers confirmed its age, likely 18th or early 19th century, but could not identify its specific origin or purpose. Its internal mechanism, though seemingly functional, consistently failed to align with magnetic north. Some theorized it was a highly specialized nautical instrument, or perhaps even a symbolic or ceremonial object rather than a practical one. The etched symbols on its casing resembled a form of ancient Celtic knotwork, but also hinted at astrological or alchemical diagrams, adding another layer of baffling complexity. Local folklore, often a repository of the island's strange truths, offered chilling whispers. The Store Cliffs were known for their unpredictable winds and the occasional, unexplained disappearances of sheep or, more rarely, hikers who strayed from marked paths. Was there a hidden cave system, a forgotten passage that led upwards through the rock, perhaps accessible only at certain tides or in specific weather conditions? Even if so, how would an ordinary man, without equipment, navigate such a perilous, secret route. One particularly unsettling theory suggested a more ethereal explanation. The compass, with its erratic needle and archaic symbols, sparked quiet discussion among some investigators about a possible connection to esoteric practices or even something beyond the conventional. Could the man have been attempting some form of ritual, a search for a hidden truth or a pathway known only to a select few? The idea seemed far-fetched, yet it was no less plausible than the physical impossibility of his ascent. The most grounded theory posited that he had been transported to the site by an unseen hand. Perhaps he was pushed from a small plane or helicopter, but again, no reports of unusual aircraft, no debris. Or perhaps, in a more sinister scenario, he was carefully placed there by an unknown assailant using highly specialized, untraceable equipment as a macabre message or a calculated act of disposal, though the peaceful expression on his face argued against a violent end. To this day, the cliffside man of Storr remains an enduring mystery, a chilling tableau frozen in the unforgiving landscape. The ancient compass, its needle still refusing to point true north, sits in an evidence box, a silent, inscrutable witness to an impossible ascent and a life that began and ended in anonymity, high above the crashing waves. In the small, windswept town of Havenwood, tucked away along a forgotten highway that ribboned through the evergreen forests of the Pacific Northwest, the arrival of a quiet stranger at the local motel was an infrequent but unremarkable event. Yet, the man who checked into room 14 on a Tuesday afternoon in the spring of 1989 left behind more than just an unpaid bill. He left an eerie arrangement of items and an undeniable absence. What hidden purpose lay behind the meticulous, almost symbolic placement of everyday objects in his vacated room? And why did the man himself simply cease to exist after his mysterious check-in? Martha Jenkins, proprietor of the Havenwood Motel for 37 years, prided herself on her sharp memory for faces and her keen sense of observation. On April 18, 1989, a man she knew only as Mr. Silas pulled into her gravel lot in a nondescript sedan. He was average in height, average in build, with a neat, close-cropped haircut and eyes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. He paid cash for 2 nights, a slight preference Martha always noted, and requested a room at the back, furthest from the road. "Just need a quiet place to catch up on some reading," he had murmured, his voice as unremarkable as his appearance. Martha nodded, handed him the heavy brass key to room 14, and watched him disappear into the afternoon quiet. For the next 2 days, Mr. Silas was a phantom guest. No breakfast ordered from the diner across the street, no requests for fresh towels, no sound emanating from his room. Martha, accustomed to the comings and goings of weary travelers, found his absolute stillness unusual. Most guests left early, returned late, or at least provided the occasional thrum of a television or a whispered phone call. Mr. Silas was simply there, a registered presence, yet utterly unseen. The rental car, a generic Ford Tempo, remained parked precisely where he had left it, the morning dew still clinging to its surface, undisturbed. When Thursday morning dawned, crisp and bright, and the key to room 14 remained stubbornly absent from the front desk, Martha's unease deepened. She waited an extra hour past the checkout time of 11. Then, sighing, took her master key and walked the familiar path to the back of the motel. The door was locked from the inside. She knocked softly. No answer. She tried her key, the lock clicking open with a soft metallic sound, and pushed the door inward. The sight that greeted her made her breath catch in her throat. The room was empty of human presence, yet it felt profoundly occupied. The bed was stripped bare of its sheets, the blankets folded with an almost military precision at its foot, revealing the clean, white mattress. On the small, circular table beside the bed, A single, antique-looking compass, its brass casing polished to a gleam, sat pointing precisely north. In the center of the pristine carpet, a single, highly polished hiking boot stood upright, its laces neatly tied, perfectly alone. And on the window sill, a clear drinking glass, filled to the brim with water, sat beside a small, smooth river stone. It was a tableau of unsettling order, a silent ritual. Martha, a woman who had seen her share of strange guests, immediately called Sheriff Brody. Brody, a man whose easygoing demeanor belied a sharp, investigative mind, arrived quickly. He surveyed the scene, his brow furrowed. No luggage, Martha? Nothing in the closet. He checked the small wardrobe, the drawers, the bathroom. Nothing. No toothbrush, no change of clothes, no wallet, no papers. The man had seemingly arrived with nothing but the clothes on his back and the mysterious objects he now left behind. The car, too, was empty save for an instruction manual. The only other item found was tucked beneath the mattress. A single, meticulously folded sheet of paper. On it, drawn in fine black ink, were a series of intricate, abstract symbols, resembling neither a known language nor a simple doodle. They looked like a sequence of nested geometric shapes, overlaid with faint, angular lines that seemed to guide the eye from one symbol to the next, like a very complex flowchart or an alien script. It offered no explanation, only more questions. Sheriff Brody initiated a broader investigation. The rental car company confirmed Mr. Silas had indeed rented the Ford Tempo from a depot in Seattle 2 days before his arrival in Havenwood. The car was returned to a different depot in Portland 3 days after he checked into the motel. The person who returned it matched the general description of Mr. Silas, but the clerk couldn't definitively identify him from a police sketch drawn from Martha's memory, noting only that he was a quiet fellow. There was no paper trail for a Mr. Silas in any state or national database. His fingerprints, taken from the water glass, yielded no matches. He was, in every sense, a ghost. The symbols on the paper were sent to experts, cryptographers, linguists, even art historians. None could decipher them. They weren't a known code, not a recognized alphabet, and didn't appear to be a common cipher. Some speculated it was a highly personal message, perhaps a complex memory aid, or even an elaborate piece of performance art. The compass, the lone boot, the glass of water, the river stone, were they elements of a personal ceremony, a coded signal, or something even more profoundly bizarre? One theory that gained quiet traction was that Mr. Silas was not his real name, and his stay in Havenwood was merely a waypoint. Perhaps he was a courier for a clandestine organization, the items in the room a dead drop or a signal to a contact, indicating success or failure. The precise arrangement suggested a deliberate, almost ritualistic action, perhaps designed to convey specific information without words, or simply to mark his passage in a deeply personal, symbolic way. Another unsettling possibility was that he had somehow disappeared from the room, not through the door or window, but through an inexplicable means, leaving behind a farewell puzzle. Despite extensive searches of the surrounding forests and local areas, no trace of Mr. Silas or any discarded belongings was ever found. The rental car was a dead end. The symbols remained an unsolvable riddle. To this day, the quiet enigma of room 14 lingers in Havenwood, a testament to the man who arrived with nothing, left behind a cryptic, artistic statement, and then vanished as if swallowed by the very air he breathed, leaving Sheriff Brody and Martha Jenkins forever pondering the silent message of the perfectly placed boot. In the summer of 1971, amidst the usual mountain of paperwork, a peculiar application landed on the desk of a State Department clerk in Washington, D.C. It was a routine request for a passport renewal from a Mr. Arthur Thorne. Yet, as the clerk entered the provided serial number into the system, a flashing red alert erupted on her screen. This exact passport, with its unique identifier, had been officially reported lost and subsequently replaced not once, but 3 times over the past 2 decades, each instance occurring in a different country and under vastly different circumstances. How could a single official document defy physical reality, continuously reappearing after being declared gone? And what did its impossible journey truly signify about the quiet man who carried it? Agent Sarah Jenkins of the State Department's Diplomatic Security Service, a woman whose career was built on unraveling international fraud and identity theft, found herself staring at the file with a growing sense of bewilderment. This was no ordinary case of a mistaken identity or a simple clerical error. The digital records were irrefutable, meticulously cross-referenced with paper archives. The original passport, issued in 1950, had a life far more complex than its unassuming cover suggested. Its first disappearance was reported in Paris in 1951. Mr. Thorne, then on a short business trip, claimed it had been stolen from his hotel room. He filed a police report, provided sworn statements, and a replacement passport was issued by the U.S. Embassy. 11 years later, in 1962, the second report came from Cairo. Thorne, on what he described as a brief sabbatical, stated it had been lost in a crowded bazaar. Again, a new passport was promptly issued. The third time was in 1968 in Buenos Aires, where Thorne, now on an extended work assignment, reported it misplaced from a locked piece of luggage. Each time, a new passport with a new serial number replaced the lost one. But here was the undeniable paradox. In 1971, Arthur Thorne had simply mailed in his original passport for renewal, the one with the very first serial number, claiming he had found it tucked away during a recent move. The State Department now held an original, verified passport and 3 subsequent, also verified replacement passports, all belonging to the same man and all bearing the authentic seal of the U.S. government. Agent Jenkins felt a cold prickle of unease. How could the same physical document be simultaneously lost and then reappearing, as if it were a ghost haunting the official records? Arthur Thorne himself was interviewed at length. He was a quiet, unassuming civil servant in his late 50s, working in a stable, low-profile government job. His life seemed utterly mundane, devoid of any adventurous tendencies that would explain his unusual travel history or the passport's bizarre journey. He appeared genuinely confused by the mix-up, mildly annoyed by the bureaucratic fuss, and insisted he had no idea how the original passport kept resurfacing. He was not a world traveler in the traditional sense. His trips were brief, infrequent, and always for work or quiet holidays. He had no known connections to espionage, organized crime, or any activities that would suggest a need for multiple identities or an elaborate cover story. The forensic analysis of the reappearing original passport only deepened the mystery. The paper, the ink, the unique watermarks, even microscopic fibers, all confirmed it was the identical document first issued in 1950. It wasn't a forgery. It was the very same passport. Yet, it had materialized each time Thorne had given up on it and acquired a new one. There were other subtle anomalies. Each time the original passport reappeared, it arrived in Thorne's home mail, usually several days or weeks after he had applied for a replacement. The postmarks on the envelopes were always from the city where he had reported it lost: Paris, Cairo, Buenos Aires, but dated days after he had physically left that city. This implied the passport had either traveled without him or had been returned by an unknown party. However, no one had ever claimed to find it. No Good Samaritan had ever sent it back through official channels. Simply arrived. Furthermore, on the inside back cover of the reappearing passport, a small, almost invisible symbol, a tiny, stylized T within a circle, was found embossed. It was not present on the initial issue, nor on any of the replacements. Thorne denied any knowledge of it. The theories explored by Agent Jenkins's team ranged from the bizarre to the almost impossible. Was Thorne suffering from a rare, undiagnosed dissociative disorder, unconsciously misplacing and then retrieving the passport in a fugue state? But how could he transport it across continents without recollection? Could he be an unwitting pawn in some sophisticated, long-term intelligence operation, the passport a kind of dead drop or a coded message carrier? Yet, his unassuming life offered no corroborating evidence. The most unsettling thought was that the passport itself was somehow imbued with an inexplicable property, a strange, almost sentient attachment to Thorne, finding its way back through means that defied the known laws of physics. A localized reality glitch, perhaps, a persistent echo of an object refusing to be discarded. The last known moments of this particular paradox were those of mundane frustration for Arthur Thorne. He grew weary of the interrogations, the implication of subterfuge he couldn't understand. He eventually retired early, moving to a quiet, isolated town, seemingly trying to escape the strange phenomenon that clung to him. The State Department, unable to reconcile the conflicting realities, eventually filed the case of Arthur Thorne's passport under unexplained anomaly. To this day, the original passport, along with its numerous duplicates, resides in a secure, rarely accessed government archive, a silent testament to a man whose life became inextricably linked to an object that refused to stay lost, perpetually challenging the very fabric of known reality. In the summer of 1958, a young couple, David and Sarah Miller, inherited a modest, unassuming house in a quiet suburban town just north of Syracuse, New York. The house belonged to Sarah's great-aunt Agnes, a reclusive woman who had lived there alone for over 50 years, her life a tapestry woven with routine and solitude. As David and Sarah began the daunting task of clearing out the accumulated decades of quiet living, they ventured into the dusty, seldom visited attic. Tucked away in a far corner, beneath a moth-eaten quilt, they discovered a heavy wooden chest, its lid secured with an old rusted padlock. It was the kind of object that immediately sparked a primal sense of curiosity. Who did this box belong to, and what secrets had it guarded for so long in the stillness of that forgotten attic? With a pry bar, David managed to force the lock, releasing a puff of aged air and the scent of forgotten memories. Inside, nestled amongst layers of tissue paper, were artifacts from a bygone era. A neatly folded U.S. Army uniform, its olive drab faded but still bearing the faint marks of service, a handful of gleaming military medals, and a stack of yellowed letters tied with twine. But the most striking item was a small, leather-bound notebook. Its pages, when opened, were not filled with personal musings or diary entries, but with an endless sequence of seemingly random letters and numbers, meticulously penned in a precise, almost clinical hand. There was also a single sepia-toned photograph of a young man in the same uniform, his eyes distant, his expression grave. Sarah immediately knew he was not a family member. No one in their known lineage had ever served in such a manner, nor was the face familiar from any old family albums. The Millers, bewildered, contacted the local police. Officer Jenkins, a man who preferred traffic disputes to profound mysteries, took possession of the box and its contents. The uniform, upon closer inspection, appeared to be from the World War I era, but the medals included decorations from both the Great War and World War II, a curious mix for a single individual. The photograph offered no name, no unit designation, just the silent gaze of an unknown soldier. A statewide search of missing persons reports and military records from both wars yielded nothing that matched the man's description or the unusual combination of medals. He was a phantom in the annals of official records. The true enigma, however, lay within the leather notebook. The sequence of characters was long, spanning dozens of pages. It wasn't a simple substitution cipher, nor did it align with any known military codes of the time. Cryptography experts from a nearby university were brought in, their initial enthusiasm quickly turning to professional frustration. The code defied their every attempt at decryption. It contained no patterns they could discern, no logical breaks that suggested a key. It was as if the message was designed to be unbreakable, or perhaps it wasn't a code in the traditional sense at all. Could it be a personal mnemonic device, a coded diary only legible to its author, or something far more complex, a fragment of a larger, still hidden communication? The investigation turned to the history of the house itself. Great Aunt Agnes had moved in with her parents in the early 1900s and had never left. Her parents, long deceased, were simple folk, farmers and laborers. There was no record of anyone else ever living in the house besides immediate family. No lodgers, no distant relatives visiting for extended periods. This meant the box had to have been placed there either by Agnes or by her parents, yet neither had ever shown any indication of having been involved in military service or knowing anyone who had. One of the medals, however, provided a fleeting, tantalizing lead. Among the more common Purple Hearts and Bronze Stars, there was a very specific, obscure decoration. The Distinguished Service Cross with an oak leaf cluster, specifically awarded for extraordinary heroism in a little-known, highly clandestine operation in the Pacific Theater during the final months of World War II. This particular operation involved a small, specialized unit and very few survivors. While the medal itself was rare, it was not impossible to trace. However, the records of this specific unit were heavily redacted, most of the names still classified. The more the investigators pressed, the deeper the wall of silence surrounding this particular military action. You might find yourself wondering about the sheer dedication required to create such an elaborate, uncrackable code. It suggested a mind focused on secrecy, on maintaining an impenetrable veil around whatever information was contained within. Was it a list of names, locations, a confession, or perhaps simply a desperate attempt to record a truth that could not be spoken aloud? The theories began to accumulate. Was Aunt Agnes perhaps not so reclusive, but a silent guardian of a secret? Had the soldier been a fleeting, clandestine visitor, a man on the run who needed a secure hiding place for his most precious and dangerous possessions? Or was the box a poignant memento, entrusted to an old friend by a man who never returned from the war and somehow, through decades of oversight, ended up in the wrong attic? The final known entry in the notebook, preceding the long string of code, was a single date, August 14, 1945, followed by one stark word: waiting. What was he waiting for? The end of the war? Contact? Or perhaps a final, fateful moment? The mystery of the soldier's box eventually went cold. The local police closed the active investigation, filing it under unidentified. The Millers, after much deliberation, donated the box and its contents to a regional historical society, hoping that one day, new genealogical methods or advancements in cryptography might finally unlock its secrets. To this day, the photograph of the solemn soldier, his unreadable code, and the uniform of a forgotten hero sits silently in an archive, a testament to a life whose story remains forever untold. The small, idyllic town of Willow Creek, nestled deep in the rolling hills of upstate New York, was a place where generations lived and died, where secrets were believed to be safe, buried beneath layers of familiar comfort. That illusion shattered on a crisp autumn morning in 1983 when Mrs. Agnes Periwinkle, known for her meticulously kept rose garden and equally meticulous memory, opened a letter with no return address. Inside, written in elegant, almost calligraphic script, was a vivid description of a childhood escapade. A mischievous incident involving Agnes, a stolen pie from the annual bake sale, and a hidden confession to her best friend, a secret never breathed to another soul in over 60 years. Who could possibly know such a deeply buried, intimately personal truth? And what unsettling purpose lay behind such a revelation? Mrs. Periwinkle, her hands trembling, initially suspected a cruel prank, but the details were too precise, too impossible for anyone but her and her now-deceased friend to know. The specific flavor of the pie, the scratch on the kitchen counter where she'd almost dropped it, the exact words of her whispered confession under the old oak tree, these were not public knowledge. She cautiously mentioned it to her neighbor, Mr. Henderson, the retired postmaster. He, too, admitted to receiving a similar letter days earlier, detailing a minor infraction from his youth, a momentary lapse in honesty at the local general store, which he had long since forgotten. A cold unease began to settle over Willow Creek. As days turned into weeks, more letters arrived. They were always sent via standard mail, always had no return address, and always contained a precise, often obscure personal memory. A teenage romance secretly conducted in the old abandoned mill. A petty rivalry in a long-forgotten poker game. A small act of kindness performed in secret. The letters were not malicious. They didn't threaten or extort. Instead, they served as silent, unnerving mirrors, reflecting back facets of lives long since lived and forgotten, or intentionally buried. The handwriting remained consistent, elegant, and almost detached. Chief of Police Thomas Redding, a man who prided himself on knowing every family and every secret in Willow Creek, found himself utterly bewildered. His office became a quiet confessional as bewildered residents brought in their enigmatic letters. He gathered them, spreading them across his desk like a bizarre mosaic of collective memory. The paper was standard common stationery. The envelopes were readily available. The stamps were current. There were no fingerprints, no telltale smudges. It was as if the letters simply materialized. You might wonder about the sheer scale of the operation. This wasn't one or two people targeted. It was a significant portion of the town's adult population. The anonymous archivist, as the sender was morbidly dubbed, seemed to possess an encyclopedic knowledge of Willow Creek's inhabitants, past and present. How could one person possibly know so much about so many, dating back decades? Had someone been keeping meticulous records? If so, why? The theories, whispered in hushed tones over coffee in the general store, ranged from the mundane to the chilling. Was it a remarkably well-informed elderly shut-in, a lifelong observer of human nature? But how could they have access to every secret, including those confined to a single individual's mind? Some wondered if it was a group, a clandestine society dedicated to chronicling the town's true, unwritten history. This seemed overly complex for such a quiet, uneventful town. Others, more prone to superstition, spoke of a ghost, a restless spirit whose purpose was to bring hidden truths to light. Chief Redding, however, was a man of facts, and the facts were absent. The police launched an investigation, interviewing postal workers, local stationery suppliers, even bringing in handwriting analysts. The handwriting, they concluded, was meticulously practiced, almost a learned script, designed perhaps to obscure the sender's natural hand. They checked every resident's known handwriting, but found no matches. There were no surveillance cameras in Willow Creek in 1983, no digital footprints to trace. The sender was a phantom. The mystery deepened when one letter, received by the town's mayor, detailed a private conversation he had had with his dying grandfather 30 years prior. A conversation about a hidden family heirloom, a gold pocket watch that only they knew about. The letter even described the exact spot in the attic where it was eventually found, confirming the archivist's unnerving accuracy. This particular revelation sent a shiver through the town. It wasn't just memory. It was knowledge of things that had been truly, intimately private, and now were suddenly laid bare. The letters continued intermittently for years, fading in frequency but never entirely stopping. They became a silent, omnipresent force in Willow Creek, a constant reminder that someone was watching, someone new. The fear eventually subsided into a strange, uneasy acceptance. The anonymous archivist was never identified. No one ever saw anyone suspicious at the post office. No car parked oddly near the mailboxes. The letters simply appeared, delivered by the postman, bringing their quiet, unnerving revelations. The final known message sent to Chief Redding himself, received shortly before his retirement in the late 1990s, was perhaps the most poignant. It described a small, unacknowledged act of kindness he had performed for a lonely old woman many years ago, an act he had truly forgotten. The letter concluded with a single, typewritten line. Unlike the usual script, some truths are better shared. The case of the anonymous archivist of Willow Creek remains open, a permanent fixture in the local police files. To this day, the collected letters are a testament to an unseen presence, a silent chronicler who wove together the hidden threads of a small town's past, leaving behind only the profound, lingering question of their identity and the true meaning of their impossible knowledge. On a blustery November morning in 1958, a lone fisherman discovered a man's body washed ashore on a desolate stretch of the Scottish coast, seemingly untouched by the rough sea, impeccably dressed, and with not a single piece of identification. How could a man appear so perfectly placed, yet utterly unidentifiable? And what was the meaning of the cryptic sequence of letters found meticulously sewn into the lining of his overcoat? The air tasted of salt and impending rain as Angus MacLeod, a man whose life was dictated by the tides, steered his small boat towards the familiar, rugged cliffs of Caithness. He was looking for his lobster pots when a shape on the pebbled shore caught his eye. It was too still to be a seal, too angular to be driftwood. As he drew closer, beaching his vessel with a practiced motion, the form resolved into that of a man, lying face up on the shingle, almost as if gently placed there by an unseen hand. The man's clothing was dry, his dark woolen overcoat remarkably unruffled, his shoes still polished despite the damp morning. There was an unnerving quietude to the scene, a sense of unnatural perfection. Constable Ian Murray, the local officer, arrived shortly after Angus's frantic call. The man was middle-aged, with a neatly trimmed beard and hair, and appeared to be of a distinguished bearing, despite the emptiness of his pockets. No wallet, no keys, no watch, no handkerchief, and nothing that could offer a clue to his identity. It was as if he had been stripped of his entire personal history before being left on that remote shore. The local doctor, a stern woman named Dr. Evelyn Thorne, conducted a preliminary examination. There were no signs of struggle, no obvious wounds, and remarkably, no water in his lungs, indicating he had not drowned. He likely died elsewhere or from a sudden internal cause before being left there. During the doctor's meticulous examination back at the small police station, a strange discovery was made. Dr. Thorne, carefully inspecting the expensive overcoat, felt a rigidity in the hem. With a small pair of surgical scissors, she carefully snipped a few stitches and pulled out a small, stiff piece of paper. It was folded precisely, and on it, handwritten in neat capital letters, were 5 lines of seemingly random characters: Kaiwak, RTMPS, ZXLB, FGHJN, Uvika. The letters were an immediate puzzle. What did they mean? Inspector Thompson, a seasoned detective from Inverness, was called in. He confirmed the lack of any identifiable marks on the man: no scars, no tattoos, no unique dental work that matched existing records. Fingerprints, checked against every available British and European database, yielded nothing. The man was quite literally a ghost in human form. The mysterious sequence of letters became the focal point of the investigation. The police reached out to experts in cryptography and code breaking. They tried every common cipher known at the time: Caesar shifts, Vigener squares, simple substitution. Nothing yielded an intelligible message. The expert, a weary academic from a university in Edinburgh, suggested it could be a fragment of a very complex, perhaps even military-grade, code, or a one-time pad cipher that would be impossible to crack without the corresponding key. Alternatively, it might not be a code at all, but a mnemonic, a set of initials, or even obscure geographical coordinates. The neatly cut-out label from the man's expensive overcoat and the generic nature of his other possessions only deepened the enigma. Public appeals were made, photographs circulated across the United Kingdom and into continental Europe. Missing persons reports were meticulously cross-referenced, but no one, anywhere, claimed to know the coastal drifter, as the press began to call him. He simply did not exist in any official records. A faint flicker of a lead came from old Mr. Henderson, the lighthouse keeper on a nearby island. He was a man of routines and meticulous log-keeping. He recalled seeing a small, unmarked fishing vessel, unusual for its size and lack of identifying flags, drifting offshore in the early hours of that fateful November morning. He hadn't thought much of it at the time, merely jotting its presence in his log. But now, in retrospect, it stood out. Could it have been the vessel that brought the unknown man to the Scottish shore? Was he gently deposited, or was his body cast off, only to be softly nudged to land by the gentle currents? Theories abounded, fueled by the Cold War tensions of the late 1950s. Was he a spy, perhaps on a clandestine mission, who had either been betrayed or suffered a sudden, fatal medical emergency? The hidden code, the lack of identity, and the method of his appearance certainly hinted at espionage. Or perhaps he was involved in organized crime, meticulously cleaned to prevent identification, although the cryptic message seemed too elaborate for a simple criminal disposal. Less plausible were ideas of accidental death or suicide, as these did not account for the extreme measures taken to obscure his identity and the presence of the hidden message. The 5 lines of letters, KYWCRTMPSCXLBEFGHJNUVIQA, remained a perfect, unyielding square of 25 characters, hinting at a 5 by 5 grid or matrix cipher. Without the key or the context, what source these letters might be drawn from, the puzzle remained impenetrable. Could it be a passage from an obscure book, the first letters of words in a secret document, or even the coordinates to some hidden location? To this day, the true identity of the coastal drifter and the meaning of his unspoken code remain an unsolved mystery, a chilling tale whispered among the gray, windswept shores of Caithness, waiting for a key that may never be found. The old Elmwood Manor, shrouded in climbing ivy and whispered tales, stood silently on a secluded hill overlooking the sleepy English village of Ashworth. It had been unoccupied for decades, its grandeur slowly succumbing to the creeping embrace of nature and neglect. Yet, one crisp November morning in 1993, a local rambler, venturing off the beaten path, noticed something amiss. A faint light glowing from an upper window, a sight impossible given the manor's long abandonment and lack of electricity. What or who was illuminating the long darkened halls of Elmwood, and what forgotten tragedy was about to reveal itself within its decaying walls? Curiosity, a potent force in quiet villages, quickly spread. Constable Ben Carter, a young officer whose biggest cases usually involved stray sheep, was dispatched to investigate. The air around the manor was still and cold, carrying the damp scent of fallen leaves. As he approached the imposing oak front door, which stood slightly ajar, the faint light vanished. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the creak of the ancient timbers and the rustle of leaves underfoot. Stepping inside, Carter found himself in a vast, dust-choked hall, the once opulent tapestries now ragged shrouds. Yet, there was a strange warmth in the air, a distinct absence of the pervasive cold that permeated the rest of the derelict house. He ascended the grand, sweeping staircase, its banister smooth with age, towards the source of the fleeting light. The upper floor was a maze of echoing rooms, each more derelict than the last. He eventually located the room with the illuminated window, a master bedroom, still furnished with a four-poster bed and a dressing table, though everything was covered in a thick layer of dust. In the center of the room, on a small, untouched writing desk, sat a single peculiar object, a lit oil lamp, its wick still burning brightly, casting a small, warm circle of light. Beside it, perfectly preserved and unmarred by time, lay a single, unsent letter, its envelope unsealed and addressed to my dearest Eleanor. The anomaly of the lit lamp in a house abandoned for half a century immediately raised a host of questions. How could it still be burning? The oil reservoir was nearly full, and the wick showed little sign of significant wear. It was a physical impossibility, defying the laws of combustion and time. Carter cautiously examined the letter. The handwriting was elegant, almost artistic, and dated September 27th, 1938. The contents of the letter, however, were far more disturbing than any supernatural phenomenon. The letter, penned by a Lord Alistair, spoke of a terrible secret, a desperate pact, and an impending journey from which he might not return. It referenced a breach of contract and a debt to be paid, hinting at a clandestine organization and a fate he could not escape. He urged Eleanor to forget him, to live a full life, but concluded with a cryptic promise. When the clock stops, the truth begins to surface, and the lamp will light the way. It was a farewell, a confession, and a chilling prophecy all rolled into one. The historical records showed that Elmwood Manor had indeed been the ancestral home of Lord Alistair Croft and his wife, Lady Eleanor, until 1938. In that year, Lord Alistair had vanished without a trace. His disappearance was widely publicized at the time, sparking a massive but ultimately fruitless search. His wife, Eleanor, had lived on in the manor for several years, a reclusive figure, before eventually selling the property and moving away, never to return. The official conclusion was that Lord Alistair had absconded due to mounting debts or perhaps eloped with a secret lover, though no evidence ever supported these theories. The local police contacted forensic experts, baffled by the lamp. They found no discernible trickery, no hidden fuel lines, no advanced mechanism. It was simply an antique oil lamp, functioning as it should, yet its continuous burn for decades was utterly unexplainable. This detail made the unmailed letter not just a historical curiosity, but a profound and unsettling mystery. Think of the layers of this enigma. A man vanishes, leaving behind a letter full of dark hints, a prophecy of a lamp lighting the way, and then, nearly 6 decades later, the lamp inexplicably fulfills that prophecy. The clock stopping mentioned in the letter also became a point of morbid fascination. The grandfather clock in the manor's main hall had indeed stopped at precisely 3 o'clock, its pendulum frozen decades ago. Was this a mere coincidence, or another piece of Lord Alistair's macabre puzzle? The theories around Lord Alistair's disappearance, once confined to mundane explanations, now took on a more sinister hue. Was he a victim of a secret society, silenced for his transgressions, his body perhaps hidden somewhere within the vast estate? Or was he involved in espionage, his death a reference to national secrets, forcing him into a permanent disappearance? The elegance of the letter and the chilling precision of the prophecy suggested a man who knew his fate, who understood he was walking into an inescapable trap. The last known moments of Lord Alistair Croft, according to his staff at the time, involved him returning from London late one evening, agitated and withdrawn. He had spent hours in his study, writing before dismissing everyone for the night. He was never seen again. The unmailed letter was his final communication, a chilling echo from the past, waiting for the precise, impossible moment to reveal itself. The mystery of Elmwood Manor, the phantom light, and the unmailed letter of Lord Alastair Croft continued to haunt Ashworth. The manor, once merely abandoned, now felt imbued with a spectral presence, a silent sentinel holding the secrets of a vanishing man. The lamp was eventually taken for further study, but its impossible burn remained unexplained. To this day, the letter sits in a police archive, a fragile piece of paper holding the last, desperate words of a man swallowed by an unknown, decades-long silence, leaving behind only the cryptic promise of a burning lamp and a profound, lingering question.